I tell you something that modern science is only beginning to touch. It is a secret that has been whispering to you since the moment you were born, but you have been too busy listening to the noise of the world to hear it. The body does not grow old because of time. This is the first illusion you must drop. Time is innocent. Time is merely a measurement, a concept. The body grows old because it forgets the mother, it forgets the earth. Look at your life. You have wrapped yourself in layers. You wear shoes, you walk on concrete, you live in boxes suspended in the air. You lose touch, and when you lose touch with the source of your biological life, slowly your energy dries up. It becomes stale. It becomes stagnant. Just as a river that is dammed becomes dirty and poisonous, a body that is cut off from the earth becomes toxic. I am here to remind you of a simple thing. Take your feet back to the soil and life starts flowing again like a young river. You have been taught to look for health in pills, in machines, in experts who do not know themselves. But the earth has been healing you long before doctors existed, long before hospitals were built. This is not exercise. This is not a belief system. You do not need to convert to anything. This is a silent alignment that reverses decay from the roots. In this sharing, I will show you how being barefoot on living earth restores your body, calms your mind, and renews your energy. You will understand why fatigue, stress, and early aging happen when the body is cut off from the ground. But before we enter this deep understanding, if you feel a resonance with these words, if you feel a yes arising in your heart, click the like button. It is a small gesture, but it signals to the universe that you are ready to receive. And if you have not yet subscribed, do so now. Join this caravan of seekers. Let us walk together. You will see how a simple daily contact reverses this process without effort, struggle, or belief. I am not giving you a technique to practice. I am reminding you of a natural intelligence that already belongs to you. What you gain is not theory but a felt shift, more stability, more vitality, less noise inside, a body that cooperates instead of resists. You have tried many things to feel better. You have changed food, you have changed routines, you have changed thoughts. Still, the body feels heavy, the sleep is shallow, the mind is restless. This is not your failure. Do not blame yourself. It is a missing connection. Civilization has trained you to rise above the earth. In doing so, you have lost balance. What I am sharing is not new, but it has been hidden under comfort and habit. This approach works because it is not against the body. It supports it. When you touch the earth, the body stops fighting. It starts trusting. I will take you slowly into why the earth heals, how the body releases stored tension through the feet, and why this simple act can make you feel younger, lighter, and clearer. There are effects that happen immediately, and there are changes that unfold silently over time. Some of what I will share will sound too simple for the modern mind. The modern mind loves complexity. It loves problems that are difficult to solve because that gives the ego something to do. That simplicity is the key. Stay with this understanding. What looks ordinary at the surface carries extraordinary power underneath. You have been taught to see the body as flesh and bone, as weight and shape, as something that slowly wears out with time. This idea is convenient, but it is false. The body is not mainly solid. It is subtle. It is movement. It is electricity. And the moment this is understood, aging begins to lose its authority over you. The real danger is not time. The real danger is accumulation. Every thought creates a small charge. Every worry creates tension. Every desire pulls energy upward. From morning to night, energy is being produced inside you through stress, ambition, fear, speed, noise. This is natural. Life produces energy, but nature never intended this energy to remain trapped. Energy must move. Energy must return. When it does not, it turns against the body itself. It becomes heaviness. It becomes restlessness. It becomes what you call growing old. Here is where modern man has gone astray. You produce energy all day long, but you have forgotten how to release it. Nature designed the body with a simple intelligence. Excess energy is meant to flow downward. It is meant to leave the body through contact with the earth. This is why ancient people lived barefoot. This is why seekers sat directly on soil. Not because of poverty, not because of lack of furniture, but because of understanding. They knew the body must be grounded. Just as lightning must return to the earth or destruction follows. Think of lightning in the sky. Energy builds, tension increases, and if there is no grounding, the explosion is violent. But when lightning finds the earth, there is release. The body works the same way. When energy cannot return to the ground, it stays inside as pressure. That pressure hardens the muscles, it tightens the nerves, it exhausts the system. Over years, this pressure is named aging. Modern living has quietly broken this circuit. Rubber soles, plastic floors, elevated buildings, constant insulation. You live surrounded by barriers that block discharge. The body keeps producing energy, but nowhere is it allowed to go. So it stores, and what the body stores does not remain neutral. It ferments, it decays, it weighs you down. Look at the barefoot village child running on soil. The body is loose, the eyes are bright, sleep comes easily. Look at the city man surrounded by concrete, screens and shoes. The body is tense even while resting. Sleep is shallow. The face looks tired even in youth. This is not fate. This is not genetics. This is electrical imbalance. When bare skin touches living earth, something immediate happens. Energy moves downward. The nervous system exhales. The body feels safe again. No effort is required. No technique is needed. The earth does the work. It absorbs what you no longer need. It neutralizes excess. Balance returns silently. I invite you to comment below. Tell me, do you feel this tension I speak of? Do you feel the electricity trapped in your body? Share your experience, for in sharing you begin to release. Ancient yogis did not sit on mats because mats were unknown. They sat on soil because they understood the earth was part of the practice, not separate from it. Their stillness was supported from below. Their silence was grounded. This is why their bodies remained alive, flexible, and luminous even in old age. When the body cannot release, it begins to store. And what it stores does not remain harmless. It becomes tension. It becomes fatigue. It becomes age itself. What I am about to say may sound simple, but simplicity is exactly what the modern mind has forgotten. Aging does not accelerate because years pass. It accelerates because resistance becomes constant. The body is meant to relax into life, but modern man is always bracing, always holding, always pushing against something invisible. This resistance does not stay in the mind, it settles into the body, and once it settles, time begins to leave marks. Shoes look harmless, floors look solid, comfort looks innocent, but beneath this comfort, something essential has been lost. The feet are not just tools for walking, they are sensitive gateways. They are designed to feel, to respond, to release. When you cover them, you silence a whole language of the body. Nerve endings that once spoke to the earth now speak to rubber, plastic, dead surfaces. The conversation ends, the body is left talking to itself. The feet are the lowest point of the body, and because of this, they are the natural exit for excess energy. When the feet are awake, the body knows how to relax. When the feet are asleep, the body remains alert, even when there is no danger. This is why so many people feel tired but cannot rest. The body is always on guard. It never fully lets go. If you wish to dive deeper into these teachings, if you wish to understand the subtle anatomy of your own being, I have spoken on this in many books. You can find links to my ebooks in the description below. They are maps for your inner journey. Do not just listen, study yourself. Blocked grounding slowly turns into inflammation. Inflammation turns into exhaustion. Exhaustion turns into a sense that life is heavy. You may sleep for hours and still wake up tired. You may sit still and still feel tense. This is not because you are doing something wrong. It is because the body has forgotten how to empty itself. Look at a tree planted in a pot. It survives, but it never thrives. Its growth is limited. Its roots circle endlessly, never touching depth. Now look at a tree planted in open earth. Storms come, winds blow, seasons change, yet the tree grows stronger, its roots go deep. Stability comes from connection. Office workers feel old at 40, farmers feel alive at 60, not because of hard work or easy work, but because one body lives in constant contact with the earth and the other lives suspended above it. Children know this instinctively. They remove their shoes the moment they are free. They run barefoot not for health but for joy. The body remembers before the mind interferes. Modern man has trained himself to float above life. Elevators, chairs, beds, cars, always lifted, rarely grounded. The body becomes alert when it should be resting. The nervous system stays tight, even in safety. Over time, this constant alertness becomes what you call aging. The feet are not just for walking forward. They are for returning home. And once this return begins, something inside you starts to soften without effort. This next part is where many people feel something shift even while listening. The feet have been treated like servants, like tools, like something unimportant that simply carries the body from one place to another. But the feet are wise, they are ancient, they are deeply connected to the nervous system, to balance, to survival, to relaxation. Through them the body listens to the earth, and through them the body learns when it is safe to let go. Thousands of nerve endings live in the feet, not by accident. They are there to feel temperature, texture, pressure, vibration. When the feet touch living ground, these nerves send a clear message upward. The message is simple: you are supported, you are not falling, you do not need to hold. The nervous system hears this and immediately begins to soften. Muscles loosen, breathing deepens, thoughts slow down without being forced. Grounding calms the nervous system without effort. This is important to understand. Most methods try to calm the mind first and hope the body will follow. This almost never works for long. The body must feel safe before the mind can rest. When the body relaxes through the feet, the mind follows naturally like a shadow following the body. You may have noticed this after a long journey. You remove your shoes, you place your feet on the ground without doing anything. Relief spreads, the shoulders drop, the jaw softens, a deep breath comes on its own. This is not imagination, this is intelligence, the body resetting itself. Healing happens when control disappears. Animals understand this perfectly. When injured or exhausted, they lie directly on soil. They do not analyze, they do not seek methods. They allow the earth to hold them, and slowly strength returns. The body knows how to heal when it is not interrupted. Reflexology is a modern echo of this ancient knowing. It touches points on the feet to affect the whole body. But the earth does this effortlessly, completely without instruction. Living soil speaks to the entire system at once. When you stand barefoot on the earth, you are not doing something, you are allowing something. The body feels heard, the nervous system stops shouting, stillness arrives without discipline. Once the body relaxes, something more subtle begins to change. Time itself seems to loosen its grip. What happens next is subtle, and because it is subtle, it is powerful. Youth is not in the skin. Youth is not in muscles. Youth lives in flow. When energy moves freely, the body renews itself quietly without drama. When energy is blocked, the body begins to protect itself, and protection slowly turns into rigidity. This rigidity is what you call age. When grounding happens, the body enters a different state. It is no longer fighting. It is no longer bracing. It moves from survival into repair. Cells regenerate better when the system is relaxed. Not because you command them to, but because relaxation is their natural environment. A tense body is a closed body. A grounded body is open. Sleep changes fast. It becomes deeper, heavier, more nourishing, the kind of sleep where the body does not dream much, where time seems to disappear. This is repair sleep. This is when the body cleans itself, rebuilds itself, forgives itself. Stress hormones begin to fall on their own. No effort, no discipline, just contact. Think of a machine that is forced to run without pause. Friction increases, parts wear down. Now imagine the same machine allowed to rest, allowed to cool, allowed to release pressure. It lasts longer, works better, stays alive. The body is not different. Forcing youth never works. Allowing balance always does. This is why yogis often appeared ageless, not because they chased youth, but because they lived in harmony. Their bodies were not rushed. Their nervous systems were not overloaded. They spent time on the ground in stillness, letting excess dissolve. Grounding does not add years. It removes strain, and when strain disappears, time loses its power to carve lines so deeply. Knowing this is not enough. Understanding must become living. This is the point where the mind usually tries to interfere because the mind loves effort, methods, and achievement. When something asks nothing from you, the mind feels uneasy. It suspects there must be more, but there is not more. There is only less doing, less control, less ambition. What I am sharing is not a discipline to be added to your life. It is a remembering of what was never meant to be lost. Do not turn this into another task. Do not schedule it with tension. Simply allow moments where your feet meet the earth. Natural ground, soil, grass, sand, stone, warmed by the sun. Let the body stand, let the weight sink downward. Feel how gravity becomes friendly instead of heavy. The earth is not below you, it is supporting you. Stand still sometimes, not to achieve silence, but to allow it. When you stop moving, energy that has been rushing outward begins to fall back into place. You do not need to control breathing. The body knows how to breathe when it feels safe. You do not need a mantra. The earth has its own rhythm, and the body remembers it immediately. Let the body teach you. Sensation will guide you better than thought. You may feel warmth, you may feel tingling, you may feel nothing at first. All of this is fine. Sensitivity returns slowly when it has been ignored for a long time. Trust this slowness. It is intelligence, not delay. Children never ask how long to stay barefoot. They play until the body feels complete. Animals never wonder if they are doing it right. They rest until energy returns. Monks who live barefoot do not call it a practice. It is simply how they live. The earth is always present. The invitation is constant. When something is this simple, the mind becomes suspicious. It wants complexity because complexity gives it importance. That suspicion is the final barrier. When it drops, grounding stops being something you do and becomes something you live. And if you feel this simplicity resonating, if you feel the burden of complexity lifting, consider supporting this channel. The super thanks button below is a way to give back energy for the energy you receive. It helps us keep this message pure and available to all. Or click join to become a member of our inner circle. Your support is the water for these seeds. I have taken you through something very simple. And because it is simple, it is easy to forget again. So, let me gather it gently without adding anything new. Aging is not an enemy. It is a signal. It is the body saying it has been cut off from its source. When the body loses contact with the earth, it compensates by holding, tightening, protecting. Over time, this protection hardens into fatigue, into dullness, into what you call growing old. By returning to the earth, you return to balance. By grounding, you allow the body to empty itself. What leaves is not life. What leaves is excess. Tension drains downward. Noise settles. Energy that was trapped begins to flow again. Youth then appears on its own, not as something you chase, but as a side effect of harmony. The body was never against you. It was waiting for support. Do not collect this understanding as information. Live it. Remove the shoes. Touch the earth. Stand. Walk. Sit. Rest. Let the body speak before the mind interferes. Trust the intelligence that existed long before words, long before science, long before effort. But the body is only one layer. There is another heaviness you carry. A heaviness that shoes cannot fix. A heaviness that lives in the heart. When you cannot forgive yourself, you carry a wound that never closes. And this wound follows you everywhere, even where no one else can see it. I want to show you in these next moments that this wound can heal and it can heal faster than you believe. The burden you think is permanent is only a shadow. In this message, I help you see your pain in a new light. Forgiveness becomes simple when you understand why you've been unable to give it to yourself. I will take you step by step into that understanding. You will learn how guilt formed, how it stayed alive, and how to let it fall away without force. By the end of this journey, your heart will feel lighter, your breath will feel wider, and you will know exactly how to stop hurting yourself for something that is already gone. You've carried this weight in silence. Maybe no one knows. Maybe you've hidden it behind a smile, behind work, behind distraction, but inside something is tight, something is unfinished, and you've tried everything, thinking about it, avoiding it, crying over it, pretending it's fine. Nothing worked because you were trying to heal the wound from the outside. What I give you here works from the inside. I speak to the place where the pain really lives, the place you never touch, the place you've been afraid to see, and once we enter it together, forgiveness becomes natural like a flower opening in the morning sun. And so in this journey, I will guide you gently through the layers that keep you stuck in self-punishment. We will begin by seeing why you hold on to guilt long after the moment has passed. Then I will take you into the deeper roots, the beliefs you learned without knowing, the emotions you buried, the judgments you absorbed. As we walk through each layer, you will feel old tension melting, old stories breaking apart, old fear losing its power. And somewhere in the middle of this process, something beautiful will happen. You will feel your heart soften toward yourself. You will feel warmth where there used to be hardness, and by the end, forgiveness will not be something you try to force. It will be something that rises on its own, the way breath rises after crying. Listen closely. There is something important waiting for you here, something you've needed for a very long time. Now that you have settled into this space with me, now that your breath has begun to soften and your heart has opened just a little, I want to take you into the first layer of this journey, the layer where the real weight of your guilt hides. And here is something most people completely miss. You don't suffer because of what happened. You suffer because you continue to hold what happened inside you, carrying it the way someone might hold a burning coal in their bare hand, believing the pain is necessary, believing the wound is deserved. This is the hidden burden. The mind tells you this is punishment. The truth is, it is self-harm. When you cannot forgive yourself, you become both the prisoner and the jailer. You lock yourself inside a memory and then blame the memory for keeping you there. And this is the strange thing. The moment has already passed. It is gone. It no longer lives anywhere except inside your mind. But the mind doesn't know how to let go. So it repeats the moment again and again, not to heal you, but to control you. The mind believes that if it keeps showing you the wound, somehow the wound will fix itself. But wounds don't heal because you stare at them. Wounds heal when you stop touching them with dirty hands. Let me explain why this matters. Guilt doesn't arrive with a big noise. It doesn't shout. It settles slowly, quietly, like dust collecting in an empty house. One day you wake up and everything inside you feels heavy, but you can't remember when the weight began. You think maybe it was this moment, maybe it was that decision, maybe it was the things I said, maybe it was who I was. But the burden didn't begin with the moment. It began when you refused to put the moment down. A small memory became a habit became a pattern, and the pattern became the atmosphere in which you live. And this is why the pain feels endless, not because the mistake was so great, but because you've been carrying it every day since. You hold it in your shoulders, you hold it in your breath, you hold it in the silence right before you fall asleep, you hold it in the way you avoid your own reflection. Guilt is not in the past. Guilt lives in the present because you keep inviting it back. So let's do something different here. Instead of fighting the guilt, instead of trying to push it away or bury it or silence it, I want you to look at it with me. Not with fear, not with judgment, but with awareness. Feel for a moment the heaviness you've been holding. Maybe it sits in your chest, maybe in your stomach, maybe in your throat. Feel how long you've carried it. Years perhaps, maybe decades. Feel the tiredness of it. Like holding a heavy bag long after your arms have started hurting, long after your fingers have gone numb. The mistake did not exhaust you, the carrying did. And as you feel this weight, let a new understanding enter you. Nothing inside you is beyond healing. Nothing, no action, no moment, no decision is strong enough to destroy the innocent center of your being. You are not the moment you regret. You are the awareness that sees the moment. And when awareness enters, the burden begins to loosen on its own like a tight knot finally touched by warm hands. This burden you're carrying didn't appear from nowhere. It has roots. And once you see where those roots began growing, the weight will start to disappear in ways you never believed possible. Now that you have felt the heaviness you've been carrying, now that you breathe into the secret weight sitting inside you for so long, I want to guide you into a truth that may feel uncomfortable at first, but it will free you. What I am about to share might seem almost too simple, too gentle, yet it is the very place where your suffering begins. You don't remain trapped because of what happened. You remain trapped because the mind refuses to stop replaying what happened. The mind is the prison, and the mind is also the guard standing at the door. Let me explain. The mind cannot change the past, so it tries to control it in the only way it knows, by repeating it again and again. It thinks that if it can replay the moment enough times, if it can analyze it from every angle, if it can find the exact second where everything went wrong, then you will somehow escape the consequences. But life does not work this way. The past is not healed by returning to it. The past is healed when the mind stops dragging it into the present. Every time the mind brings the memory back, it pours fresh poison into your heart. The event becomes a loop, a broken record stuck on the same line, spinning endlessly because the needle is caught, not because the music is still playing. Feel this with me for a moment. Think of a time when the memory came back without warning. Maybe while you were working, maybe while you were quiet, maybe while you were laughing. Suddenly, it appeared like a shadow across your inner sky, and you felt your chest tighten, your breath shorten, your heart grow heavy. Not because the moment returned in reality, it returned only in your mind. The body reacted as if it were happening again right now. This is the illusion the mind creates. You think you are suffering from the past, but the past is dead. You are suffering from the mind's insistence on keeping it alive. Why does the mind do this? Because the mind is afraid that if it stops replaying the memory, you will forget the lesson. Afraid that if it lets you relax, you will repeat the mistake. Afraid that without punishment, you will not grow. This fear was learned early. It was taught to you by parents, by teachers, by society, They all believe that punishment creates goodness. So the mind inherited this belief and now turns it inward, using guilt as a whip to keep you in control. It doesn't understand that you have already changed. It doesn't understand that you are no longer the same person who made that choice. It believes it must keep you in chains for your own safety. But my friend, chains do not create safety. Chains only create suffering. Look inside gently, and you will see how the mind works. You do not suffer because the memory is painful. You suffer because the mind refuses to let the memory rest. The mind is like a frightened child trying to protect you, but hurting you instead. And this is important. The mind does not respond to force. It cannot be silenced by shouting at it. It cannot be controlled by willpower. It calms only when you see it clearly, when you understand its nature, when you stop believing everything it tells you. So let me offer you a simple shift. The next time the memory appears, instead of falling into it, watch it the way you would watch a cloud drifting across the sky. Don't chase it, don't fight it, don't argue with it, just watch. The moment you watch, you step out of the prison. The mind remains a room, but you are no longer locked inside. You become the witness, the one who sees, and the witness is always free. You begin to see yourself with new eyes, not as someone broken, not as someone flawed, but as a human being who acted from a place of limited understanding, and in that recognition, forgiveness becomes possible. Now that you've begun to see how the mind traps you in old memories, now that you've tasted the freedom that comes from simply watching instead of drowning, we can move into a deeper and more intimate truth, a truth that most people never allow themselves to feel. What I am about to share isn't an idea. It's a shift in the way you look at yourself, a soft turning of the inner lens, because forgiveness doesn't begin with trying to forgive. Forgiveness begins the moment you see yourself not as a monster, not as a failure, not as someone who should have known better, but as a human being who was doing the best they could with the awareness they had. Think of this carefully. In the moment of the mistake, you were not who you are now. You did not have the understanding you have today. You did not have the maturity, the clarity, the insight you're using now to judge your past self. In that moment, you acted unconsciously, the way every person acts from time to time. Even the wisest person stumbles when they are not fully present. The stumble doesn't define the person. What defines them is what they see after they stumble. Let me give you a simple image. Imagine a small child learning to walk. They fall again and again. They fall in ways that look painful. They fall in ways that could be prevented if they simply understood balance. But they don't understand balance yet. They are learning. Would you look at that child and say you should feel ashamed? Would you look at the child and say you should have known better? No, you would smile, you would hold them, you would help them stand because you understand that falling is part of learning. Falling is the path. Now look at yourself with that same clarity. When you made the mistake you still carry inside you, you were not standing in full awareness. You were like the child reaching for balance but not yet steady. You were learning about yourself, you were learning about life, and learning is always messy. If you had known how to act differently, you would have. No one chooses pain consciously. No one chooses regret intentionally. Whatever you did from the level of consciousness available to you at the time. Can you feel the truth of that? not as an excuse, but as understanding. Understanding is the beginning of compassion, and compassion dissolves guilt the way the sun dissolves dew, quietly, gently, without effort. When you look at yourself with new eyes, the hard edges begin to soften. The sharpness of your self-judgment begins to dull. The memory loses some of its power. You begin to see that the one you are punishing is not a villain. It's a younger you, a less aware you, a version of you who needed guidance, not condemnation. Let this recognition settle in your chest for a moment. Let it loosen the tight grip you've had on your past. Your pain is not a sign that you are bad. It is a sign that you have grown. The very fact that you feel regret means you have become someone who sees more clearly. You're judging the past from a higher place. That is growth. And now that you can see yourself with new eyes, now that the old harshness has begun to soften even a little, you are ready to go further. You are ready to bring light into the places where guilt still hides, ready to let awareness touch the memory in a way that transforms it completely. We come to a very delicate moment in this journey, a moment where something inside you begins to shift from darkness into light, from confusion into clarity, from punishment into understanding. What I am about to take you into may feel simple on the surface, yet it has the power to change your relationship with the past more deeply than anything else. Because awareness, true awareness, is not just seeing, it is a kind of inner sunlight. And when sunlight enters a dark room, the darkness doesn't fight. It doesn't resist, it doesn't argue, it simply disappears. Awareness dissolves guilt in the same effortless way. Up until now, you've been holding your past with tightness, with judgment, with fear. You've been touching the memory with hands that were trembling, hands that wanted to push it away and hold it close at the same time. This is why it hurt, not because the memory is powerful, but because your way of looking at it was filled with resistance. You were afraid to face it fully, so you kept glancing at it from the corner of your eye, fearful, tense, bracing for impact, and a memory that is half seen always feels larger than it is. Let me show you something. If you walk into a dark room where you think a monster is hiding, your heartbeat rises, your breath tightens, your body trembles, but the moment you turn on the light, you see there is no monster at all, only a coat hanging on a chair, only shadows playing tricks on the mind. The fear was created not by the object, but by the darkness that surrounded it. In the same way, the guilt you carry is a shadow, and shadows lose their power the moment awareness touches them. So now, instead of turning away from the memory, I want you to turn toward it, but with a different quality, not with fear, not with self-hatred, not with judgment, just with awareness, soft awareness, silent awareness, awareness that doesn't try to fix anything, but simply sees. Let the memory rise inside you for a moment. Don't bring every detail, don't force anything, just let the feeling come, and now, instead of collapsing into it, watch your own reaction to it, watch the movement of your thoughts, watch the tightening in your body, watch the story your mind tries to tell. Watching is freedom. Watching removes you from the grip of the past. Something beautiful happens when you do this. The moment you watch, you are no longer inside the memory. You are standing outside it. You are the witness, not the character. And the witness is untouched. The witness cannot be wounded. The witness simply sees. This is why awareness washes guilt away. When you look at your past from the witness, you see it without fear, without exaggeration, without distortion. And when you see it clearly, you understand something profound. The moment is over. It has no power over you unless you feed it with your attention. The memory was only alive because you kept breathing life into it. Let this realization grow inside you. Feel how the tightness begins to loosen. Feel how the memory begins to fade, not because you pushed it away, but because you finally looked at it direct. Shadows only survive in the absence of light. Awareness is your lamp, and once the lamp is lit, the darkness cannot return in the same way again. Now that this space inside you has opened, now that the memory has lost some of its weight, we can move deeper. We can begin to understand where guilt was truly born, where its roots entered your life long before this moment ever happened. Let's walk there next. As we move deeper now, something inside you has already begun to soften. The surface layers of guilt have loosened their grip. The sharp edges of your memory have become more distant, and awareness has started to create space where there was once only tension. Now we step into a layer that is even older, even quieter, even more hidden. This next part is not about what happened recently, not about a moment you regret, but about the roots of guilt itself. Roots that reach far back into your early years, long before you had language for your emotions, long before you even knew how to understand yourself. What I'm about to show you might surprise you, but once you see it, forgiveness becomes easier because you begin to understand that guilt is not born from your actions. It is born from the soil in which you were raised. In childhood, everything is absorbed. A child does not question. A child does not analyze. A child simply receives. If someone raises their voice, the child absorbs fear. If someone withdraws love, the child absorbs shame. If someone criticizes, the child absorbs the belief, I am wrong. These impressions sink into the heart like seeds planted in soft earth. You may not remember the exact moments, the exact words, the exact expressions, but the emotional imprint remains, and it is this imprint that later becomes guilt. Think of yourself as a young child, small, vulnerable, open, like a flower that has just begun to bloom. In such openness, the slightest shadow can feel like night. A harsh word becomes a truth. A disappointed look becomes a judgment. A moment of rejection becomes a belief. There is something wrong with me. And the child doesn't have the capacity to question any of it. The child simply says yes. Yes to the shame. Yes to the fear. Yes to the belief that mistakes are dangerous. Yes to the idea that love must be earned. Yes to the feeling that punishment is necessary. These early impressions do not disappear as you grow older. They go underground. They move into the subconscious. And then much later in life, when you make a mistake, these old impressions rise again, like ghosts returning from a forgotten house. They whisper familiar words. They tell you you're unworthy. They tell you you are bad. They tell you you deserve to suffer. But these voices are not coming from the present moment. They are echoes from childhood. Echoes from a time when you didn't understand that love does not depend on perfection. Imagine a seed planted in darkness. It grows roots without ever seeing the sun. It shapes itself blindly reacting to the soil around it. In the same way, Your early beliefs about right and wrong, about love and punishment grew silently inside you. You didn't choose them. You didn't create them. They were given to you by the world, by the voices that surrounded you, by the atmosphere in which you lived. And these beliefs became the foundation on which your adult guilt now stands. Feel this for a moment. Let it sink into your chest. The guilt you carry today is not only about the moment you regret, it is the accumulated weight of years of conditioning. You were taught to feel guilty long before you ever did anything worth feeling guilty for. You learned shame before you ever understood what shame meant. You absorbed the idea that to be good you must suffer. And so now when something goes wrong, guilt rushes in automatically. Not because the moment demands it, but because the old wound is reopening. Recognizing this truth is a turning point. When you see that your guilt is rooted in childhood, you stop blaming yourself for the intensity of your emotions. You stop believing that something is deeply wrong with you. You begin to understand that you are not fighting a new wound. You are healing an old one. And the moment you understand the origin of guilt, compassion naturally arises. Compassion for the child you were, compassion for the young heart that tried so hard, compassion for the years of misunderstanding that shaped your inner world. This compassion becomes the doorway, and through that doorway we will soon explore how punishment became tied to your sense of goodness, how suffering became tied to your identity. But for now, rest in this understanding. The guilt you feel today began long before the moment you regret, and knowing this changes everything. And if this understanding brings a tear to your eye or a relief to your heart, share this video. Share it with someone who also carries a heavy burden. To share is to heal together. Now that you've begun to see how early wounds shape the soil in which your guilt grew, we can move into a layer even more subtle, a layer that hides not in your memories but in your sense of identity. What I am about to guide you into now is the painful, innocent, unconscious belief that many people carry without ever noticing. The belief that to be good you must suffer. This belief begins so early, so quietly, that it becomes part of the way you breathe, part of the way you walk through the world, part of the way you judge yourself. And unless it is brought into the light, it becomes the invisible engine of your self-punishment. In childhood, punishment isn't just a correction, it becomes a signal. When a child does something wrong, they are scolded. When they do something right, they are praised. And slowly, without any awareness, a painful lesson takes root. Suffering means I am behaving correctly. Pain becomes associated with morality. Discomfort becomes associated with worthiness. And a strange confusion forms in the heart. The child learns that goodness is something that must be earned by enduring pain. So later, when they grow older and make a mistake, the instinct arises automatically. If I punish myself, maybe I can become good again. You may not remember all the moments that shaped this belief. You may not recall the exact tone of voice, the look on a parent's face, the feeling in your stomach when you were told you had disappointed someone, but the body remembers, the nervous system remembers, the inner child remembers. And those early impressions create a kind of inner gravity pulling you toward guilt whenever something breaks, whenever something goes wrong, whenever life becomes messy. Let's pause here. Imagine a small child who knocks over a glass of milk. The child is startled, confused, perhaps frightened, and then the adult arrives, not with understanding, but with irritation. The child apologizes again and again, even long after the mess is cleaned. Why? Because they are trying to repair something far deeper than the spill. They are trying to repair the feeling of being wrong. They are trying to restore their goodness. But a child doesn't know how to do that. So they apologize more than necessary, cry more than necessary, shrink more than necessary. And in that moment, something inside them decides, if I suffer enough, maybe everything will be okay. Carry this forward into adulthood and you will understand why you punish yourself even when no one else is punishing you. You learned long ago that suffering is a way to prove your goodness. You learned that pain is a kind of currency used to pay for mistakes. You learn that before you can be loved again, before you can be accepted again, before you can even allow yourself to breathe again, you must endure punishment. And so now when something happens that awakens regret, the old pattern rises. You withdraw love from yourself, you silence your joy, you shrink, you tighten, you hurt yourself because on some unconscious level you believe it is noble. But suffering is not noble. Punishment does not purify. Pain does not restore goodness. These ideas were given to you by a world that did not understand the beauty of growth, the tenderness of awareness, the innocence that exists in every human heart. No one taught you that mistakes are teachers, not crimes. No one told you that the moment of error is also the moment of possibility. You were taught instead that any wrong step needed to be paid for with emotional pain. And now here you are, still holding that belief, still hurting yourself to prove your sincerity, still shrinking to appear humble, still carrying shame to feel worthy. And none of this is your fault. You are following a pattern that was woven into you before you even knew how to question anything. So let something inside you soften as you hear this. You don't need to suffer to be good. You don't need to punish yourself to deserve love. You don't need to shrink to become forgiven. The idea that pain makes you pure is a lie handed to you by people who didn't know how to love themselves either. Once this truth enters your awareness, the grip of guilt begins to loosen. The old reflex to punish yourself grows weaker, and you begin to feel something new, something unfamiliar, the possibility of being gentle with yourself. Now we move deeper into another layer of your conditioning, not from home, but from the world itself, a world that worships perfection and hides the truth of being human. As we continue this journey, you may already feel something shifting inside you, something loosening, not because the past has changed, but because the way you hold it is beginning to soften. Now we enter a deeper layer, one that does not come from your family alone, nor from the private corners of your childhood, but from the world itself. What I am about to show you is subtle, yet it shapes nearly every person who struggles to forgive themselves. Society has whispered into your ears since you were very young, and even now its echo still lives inside your mind. From the moment you entered this world, you stepped into a culture that worships perfection and punishes anything that looks human. Everywhere you are shown polished images, flawless stories, success without struggle, laughter without mistakes. People hide their imperfections, their failures, their moments of weakness. No one reveals their wounds. No one admits their confusion. And slowly, silently, you begin to believe that being human is wrong. The world does not say this directly, but the message is clear beneath the surface. Be perfect or hide, and so you hide. You hide your mistakes, you hide your vulnerability, you hide your pain, You hide your confusion. You hide the parts of you that feel too messy, too clumsy, too unfinished. And the more you hide, the more you begin to believe that these parts should never have existed in the first place. When society shows only the polished surface, you begin to think you are the only one who ever stumbles, the only one who ever falls, the only one who ever regrets. Think of a puppet show. You see the brightly painted figures moving gracefully across the stage, their motions controlled, precise, delicate, everything looks perfect. But behind the curtain, the puppeteers are sweating, pulling strings, trying not to trip, trying not to lose balance. Yet, nobody sees this. All you see is the illusion. Society shows you nothing but puppets. It never shows you the trembling hands behind the scenes. And because you never see anyone else's struggle, you assume that yours is a failure. This is the echo of society. It says, look perfect, smile perfect, live perfect. And if you don't, something is wrong with you. So when you make a mistake, even a small one, that echo grows louder in your mind. It tells you you're not enough. It tells you you're the one who slipped while everyone else stayed upright. It tells you that your embarrassment must be hidden. Your guilt must be carried. Your imperfection must be punished. But all of this is untrue. The truth is that every person you meet has made choices they regret. Every shining life has dark passages. Every strong human being has moments of weakness, confusion, fear. The problem is not the mistake. It is the silence around the mistake. Society teaches you to bury it, to hide it, to pretend it never happened, and anything you bury becomes heavy, anything you hide becomes shame. Let this become clear. The world around you does not understand the beauty of being human. It celebrates your achievements, but ignores your growth. It applauds your victories, but rejects your moments of learning. But your heart knows better. Your heart knows that mistakes are part of growth, part of unfolding, part of becoming. And when society's echo softens, you can finally hear your own truth underneath it. Feel this insight move through you. Feel how it lightens the burden. You are not alone in your imperfection. You are not strange for stumbling. You are human. And to be human is to live, to fall, to rise, to learn, to open again and again. Perfection is not your path. Presence is your path. Awareness is your path. Understanding is your path. And now that you have seen how the world's false expectations have shaped your guilt, we can go deeper still into the quiet, unconscious agreement you made without knowing it. The inner contract that convinces you that suffering is payment for being human. Let's uncover that now. As we continue this journey inward, you may notice an almost imperceptible shift occurring within you. Something that felt hard has started to soften. Something that felt rigid has begun to melt. This is the natural movement of awareness. When you see the roots of guilt, they begin to loosen on their own. Now we step into one of the deepest layers of all. A layer so quiet and so hidden that most people never even realize it exists. What I want to show you now is not the guilt you feel, but the silent agreement underneath the guilt. The secret contract you made with yourself long ago without ever signing a thing. Every human being, when they feel they have caused harm, whether real or imagined, enters into an unspoken bargain with their own heart. A bargain that says, I must pay for what happened. I must carry this weight. I must suffer until the debt is cleared. And here is the strange thing. The debt never ends. Because the contract was written by a child's mind. not an adult's awareness. It was written in fear, not clarity. It was written in confusion, not truth. And so you go on paying and paying, carrying the same heaviness day after day, believing that if you suffer long enough, somehow everything will be made right. But suffering does not balance anything. Pain does not undo the past. Self-punishment does not heal the heart. These are illusions that arise from the unconscious contract you made when you did not know any better. Let's go back for a moment. Think of the earliest times you felt you had done something wrong. Maybe you spilled something, maybe you broke something, maybe you said something that made someone frown. As a child, you didn't understand cause and effect. You only understood emotion. When someone around you was disappointed, you internalized the feeling as your responsibility. You said to yourself without words, I caused this, I must fix it, I must carry it. And because a child cannot repair most things in the world, the only thing they know how to offer is their own suffering. So they cry, they shrink, they apologize again and again. They feel heavy, and that heaviness becomes their offering, their attempt to restore harmony. That same pattern continues into adulthood. Even though the world around you has changed, you still feel as though you must hold suffering in your hands like an offering, hoping it will redeem you. But life does not ask for your suffering. Life does not want your pain. Life does not need your self-punishment. Life wants your awareness. Life wants your growth. Life wants you to see clearly, not suffer endlessly. Imagine carrying a suitcase that someone handed to you in childhood. You never questioned it. You simply took it, and through the years it became heavier, filled with expectations, filled with judgments, filled with a false idea that you owe the world something because you are imperfect. You don't even remember taking the suitcase, you just know you're holding it. And whenever something goes wrong, you reach for it thinking, this is my burden, this is my punishment, this is what I must carry. But the suitcase was never yours. It belonged to the child who didn't understand life yet. It belonged to the culture that believed shame was a teaching tool. It belonged to the people who didn't know how to guide with love. You've been carrying someone else's belief system on your back. Let this sink in. You have been paying a debt that was never real. You have been holding a contract that was never signed by truth. You have been carrying a burden meant for no one. And the moment you see this clearly, truly see it, the contract begins to crumble. The agreement dissolves. The suitcase becomes lighter. Not because anything inside it changed, but because you finally realize it was never meant to be yours. Now feel this understanding inside your body. Feel how the chest softens, how the jaw relaxes, how the shoulders loosen. This is the beginning of release. Not forcing, not pushing, but understanding. And understanding is the true medicine. Now that you've seen where guilt was born, where it was fed, where it was shaped, you are finally ready for the next step. The step where release becomes possible. Not through effort, not through trying, but through letting awareness touch the pain directly. Now we begin the true work of release, the stage where guilt stops being an idea in the mind and becomes a living sensation in your body. Something you can finally feel, understand, embrace, and dissolve. What I am about to guide you into now may feel unfamiliar because you have spent so much of your life doing the opposite. Instead of feeling your pain, you escaped it. Instead of touching your guilt, you argued with it. Instead of allowing emotion to rise, you pushed it down, hid it, feared it, ran from it. But guilt does not leave when you run, it hides deeper. It waits, it grows, and the only way to free yourself from its grip is to finally allow yourself to feel what you have avoided for so long. Emotion is not your enemy. Emotion is your teacher. It comes to show you where you are holding tension, where you have abandoned yourself, where you are not yet awake, but you were taught that strong emotions are dangerous, that crying is weakness, that trembling is failure, that being overwhelmed means you are broken. So you learn to bury your emotions under thoughts, to analyze instead of feel, to judge instead of breathe, to escape instead of sit quietly with your own heart. And this is how guilt survives, not in the emotion itself, but in your refusal to feel it fully. Let me take you into the truth of this. Every emotion wants only one thing: to be felt, to rise, to move through you, to complete its journey, and to dissolve. Emotion is like a wave. It builds, it crests, it breaks, and then it disappears. But when you block the wave, when you tense your body, when you tighten your breath, when you distract your mind, the wave has nowhere to go. It freezes inside you. It becomes a knot in the chest, a heaviness in the stomach, a tightness in the throat, a pressure behind the eyes. This frozen wave becomes guilt, shame, regret, fear, and because it is trapped, it repeats itself endlessly. But if you allow the wave to rise without judgment, without resistance, without trying to fix anything, the wave completes itself. The guilt that once felt overwhelming becomes nothing more than a sensation, a warmth, a trembling, a heaviness, a softness. You feel it directly, not through the mind stories, and the moment you feel it directly, the emotion begins to melt. It can no longer stay frozen. Close your eyes for a moment, not literally but inwardly. Feel the place inside you where guilt lives. Don't think about the story. Don't think about the mistake. Don't think about the past. Stories belong to the mind. Emotion belongs to the heart. Move your attention into the sensation. Maybe it sits in the chest like a weight. Maybe it rises in the throat like a pressure. Maybe it curls in the belly like a knot. Whatever it is, let it be there. Don't try to fix it. Don't try to change it. Don't try to make it disappear. Just feel it. The way you feel rain falling on your skin without preference, without resistance. Something miraculous begins to happen when you give the emotion permission to exist. It begins to soften. You notice small shifts, a warmth, a melting, a loosening. Sometimes tears come not as a breakdown but as a cleansing. Sometimes the body trembles not from fear but from release. Sometimes a deep breath rises on its own, as if the body has been waiting for this moment of permission for years. Guilt begins to flow out of the places where it has been stuck, and for the first time you realize that the emotion you feared so deeply was never dangerous. It was simply unexpressed. Feeling is healing. Not thinking, not explaining, not analyzing. Feeling. And when you feel your guilt directly without the filter of the mind, you discover something unexpected. Beneath the guilt, there is pain, and beneath the pain, there is innocence. You are never guilty at the level of your being, only unconscious, only unaware, only human. Now that you've learned to feel the emotion without fear, we can move into the next stage of liberation. Learning how to watch the past without judgment, how to observe your memories with the same gentle awareness you brought to your emotions, Now that you have allowed yourself to feel the emotion directly, now that the wave of guilt has begun to move again after being frozen for so long, we enter a new and delicate stage of the journey, the art of watching without judgment. This is one of the most powerful capacities a human being can awaken, because guilt does not survive in the light of simple, clear seeing. It only survives when the mind is judging, condemning, interpreting, exaggerating, twisting. The mind keeps you trapped in guilt by telling you what your past means. But the moment you watch the past without adding meaning, without adding judgment, without adding story, the past loses its power to wound you. To watch without judgment is to look at your own life the way you would look at a passing cloud, without grabbing it, without forcing it, without labeling it as good or bad. It is a gentle seeing, a soft awareness. It is a gaze that does not attack what it sees. And when you look at your past with this kind of awareness, something extraordinary happens. The heavy weight you've been carrying begins to separate into simple, neutral moments. Instead of a chain of mistakes, you begin to see a series of unconscious actions. Instead of a narrative of failure, you begin to see a human being learning, stumbling, growing. Instead of a past that defines you, you begin to see a past that shaped you and can now be left behind. Let me guide you deeper into this. Take a moment to bring a memory into your awareness. Not the story of the memory, not the judgment of what happened, but the simple moment itself. See it as if you were watching another person. Observe the expressions, the movement, the emotion, the atmosphere. You might feel discomfort, you might feel sadness, you might feel regret. But don't close your eyes. Don't push it away. Don't allow the mind to begin its commentary. Just watch. Watch the memory. The way you watch water flowing down a river bank. Natural, inevitable, without resistance. This is the key. Don't add anything. Don't add blame. Don't add excuses. Don't add explanations. Don't add labels. Just see. The mind will try to speak because judgment is its habit. But you don't need to follow it. Let the words rise and fall without attaching to them. Let silence be your atmosphere as you watch, and something soft will begin to happen inside you. The memory that once felt like a wound will begin to feel like a moment. Just a moment in time, a moment that has passed, a moment that no longer has the authority to define your worth. You begin to see that the pain you feel is not from what happened. It is from the judgment you added to what happened. The event itself is gone. The story is what kept the wound alive. To watch without judgment is to give the past back to the past. Let me show you an image. Imagine you are watching a child learning to ride a bicycle. They wobble, they fall, they scrape their knee, they cry, but you don't judge them, you don't call them foolish, you don't tell them that they should have known better. You simply watch with understanding, with patience, with compassion, because you know that falling is part of learning. Now imagine watching your younger self the same way, not the adult you are now, but the version of you who made the mistake, who didn't know what you now know, who was doing the best they could with the awareness they had. Can you see how judgment dissolves in the light of understanding? Can you feel how naturally compassion begins to rise when you watch your past without judgment? Forgiveness begins to bloom without force. You don't have to try to forgive. Forgiveness emerges on its own like a flower opening when the sun finally reaches it. It is not an effort, it is a natural response to clarity. And now that you can watch without judgment, the next step will take you even deeper. Returning to the present moment, the only place where guilt cannot survive, the only place where your life actually exists. Now we move into one of the most liberating understandings on this entire path. The realization that guilt cannot survive in the present moment. It can only exist as memory. It can only live inside thought. It can only tighten its grip when you are absent from yourself. The past may have happened, but your suffering is happening now. And the moment you return fully to this moment, the mind loses its ability to drag you backward. The past loses its teeth. The story loses its momentum. The weight that has lived inside your chest begins to fall away like dust from an old book you no longer need to carry. The present moment is not a place you visit. It is the ground of your being. The mind leaves it constantly running toward the past with regret and toward the future with fear. But awareness never leaves. Awareness is always here, always now, always breathing with you, always waiting for you to return. Guilt is the shadow that appears only when you turn away from the present. But the moment you turn back, the shadow dissolves instantly because the present has no space for something that does not exist in reality. Let me take you into the heart of this truth. When you feel guilt, what is really happening? You are remembering a moment that is not happening. You are imagining a past version of yourself. You are replaying a memory as if it is alive now, but it is not. The memory is a film, a picture, a recording. Only your identification with it gives it life. When you return to the present moment, to your breath, to your body, to the simple sensation of being alive right now, the recording stops playing. The film ends, the projector shuts off. The past loses its ability to haunt you because you are no longer feeding it with your attention. Take a gentle breath. Feel the air entering your chest, expanding your body, touching the deepest corners of your lungs. This breath is now. Feel your feet on the ground. Feel the subtle hum of life inside your hands, inside your stomach, inside the quiet spaces of your body. This aliveness is now when you anchor yourself in the direct experience of the present, not the mind interpretation, but the raw sensation. Guilt cannot enter. It is like trying to bring darkness into a room filled with sunlight. The moment the light is present, darkness does not need to be pushed out. It simply vanishes. The mind will try to pull you back. It will whisper, but what about what you did? What about the consequences? What about the shame? But if you listen closely, you will feel that these thoughts possess no truth in the present moment. They are echoes, they are memories, they are vibrations of an old identity, and you are no longer living there. You are here, you are breathing, you are awake, you are aware. The past is only alive when you feed it. When you live in the present, you begin to see how unnecessary your suffering has been. You realize that the pain you carry does not come from life. It comes from thought, and thought can only control you when you are unconscious. But when you are present, deeply present, the mind becomes quiet. It bows, it softens, it becomes transparent. The guilt that once felt so heavy becomes light, dissolving into the air like steam rising from warm water. Returning to the present is not a technique. It is your nature. It is the place where you are whole. It is the place where healing happens without effort. And once you learn how to step into this moment, not by thinking about it, but by feeling it, you will discover a freedom so simple, so immediate, that it almost feels like magic. Now that you've touched the stillness of the present, we can take the next step, the step that reveals one of the most gentle and transformative truths of your path, that at the moment of your mistake, you were not conscious, you were innocent in your unawareness. Let us move into that now. Now we step into one of the most tender and transformative recognitions on this entire journey. The moment you finally see the innocence at the center of your so-called mistakes, not the surface innocence the mind pretends to accept, but a deep existential innocence that becomes clear the moment you understand how consciousness truly works. You cannot forgive yourself until you see this, because forgiveness without understanding feels forced, fragile, incomplete. But forgiveness rooted in clarity becomes natural, effortless, inevitable. It arises the way dawn arises, not because you push the sun up, but because darkness simply cannot remain. Look closely now. Every mistake you have ever made happened only because in that moment you were unconscious. This single truth dissolves the very foundation of guilt. No one, absolutely no one, chooses wrongly from awareness. Awareness brings clarity. Awareness brings sensitivity. Awareness brings wisdom. A conscious person does not harm themselves. A conscious person does not harm others. A conscious person does not betray or abandon or sabotage themselves, because awareness makes such actions impossible. So whatever you did that haunts you now did not come from awareness. It came from unawareness. It came from a moment in which you did not see clearly, did not understand fully, did not have the space to respond wisely. You acted from confusion, not malice. Let this truth soften inside you. Feel it. Let it sink beneath the mind and into the body. At the moment of your mistake, you were not a bad person. You were a sleeping one. A child stumbles not because they want to fall, but because their legs are still learning. A seed breaks open not because it is flawed, but because that is how growing begins. You too were breaking open in that moment. The pain you caused yourself was not conscious harm. It was the clumsy movement of someone who had not yet awakened. Now imagine watching your younger self, not the version you remember through the mind's harsh stories, but the version that actually lived that moment. See them as someone who was overwhelmed, frightened, confused, tired, lonely, unsure. See their eyes, their breath, their trembling. Notice how much they didn't understand. Notice how much they were carrying. Notice how deeply they wanted to be okay. And now, with the awareness you have today, tell me honestly, would you punish this person? Would you condemn them? Would you call them unforgivable? Or would you feel tenderness, understanding, compassion? The heart knows the answer. The heart does not judge the way the mind judges. The heart sees innocence where the mind sees flaw. The heart sees pain where the mind sees failure. The heart recognizes the truth that the mind cannot comprehend. You were never guilty, you were unconscious. When this recognition dawns, the entire landscape of your inner world changes. Guilt loses its structure. Shame loses its flavor. Regret loses its bite. You begin to see the past as a series of moments that helped you grow, not a prison meant to trap you forever. You realize that each mistake pushed you toward awareness, toward understanding, toward compassion. You begin to love the parts of yourself you once despised because you see what they were trying to do survive. Seeing your innocence does not mean denying responsibility. It means embracing reality. Responsibility arises from awareness, not shame. And when you see the truth that your past self was unconscious, frightened, learning, you naturally begin to hold yourself with more gentleness. You naturally begin to see your own humanity, and in that seeing, forgiveness no longer needs to be forced. It rises like breath. It unfolds like a flower in sunlight. Now that you've tasted this innocence, now that the sharp edges of your past have begun to soften, we move into the next step, accepting that your humanity itself contains mistakes, and that these mistakes do not make you unworthy, they make you real. Let us move there next. Now we enter a moment of profound softness. The moment where forgiveness stops being something you try to achieve and becomes something you allow, because self-forgiveness is not the work of becoming perfect. It is the work of recognizing that you were never meant to be perfect in the first place. You are human, and to be human is to be in a constant dance of remembering and forgetting, rising and falling, expanding and contracting. Mistakes are not proof of your failure, they are proof of your growth. They are signs that life has been moving through you, shaping you, teaching you, opening you. A life without mistakes is not a life, it is stagnation. You have been carrying the impossible expectation that you must always make the right choice, always know the right path, always respond with perfect wisdom. But that expectation was never yours. It was given to you by the world, by parents, by teachers, by society, by culture, by voices that believe perfection equals worthiness, and you internalize that lie. You believe that to deserve love you must never falter, that to deserve peace you must never stumble, that to deserve rest you must never fail. But existence does not work this way. Life does not punish imperfection. Life uses imperfection. Life grows through imperfection. A tree twists, bends, scars, and breaks on its way to becoming whole. And so do you. Allowing yourself to be human means finally letting go of the idea that you must earn your right to exist. Your worth is not determined by your past actions, but by the simple fact that you breathe. The moment you were born, existence chose you, and existence has never withdrawn that choice. You are not required to perform a flawless life to justify your presence on this earth. You are not required to be innocent in every moment. You are not required to be a saint. You are required only to be real. Let yourself feel this truth in your body. Let it touch the places that are still holding tight. You are allowed to make mistakes. You are allowed to learn slowly. You are allowed to be unfinished. The beauty of a human being is not in their perfection, but in their vulnerability, in their capacity to fall and rise again with a softer heart. When you accept your humanity, the war inside you ends. The judge puts down the gavel. The prisoner walks out of the cell, and suddenly you realize that the peace you were looking for was never in the future. It was always here waiting for you to stop fighting yourself. Forgiveness is simply the realization that there is nothing to forgive. There was only learning, there was only growth, there was only life experiencing itself through you. And now you are ready to let it go. As we come to the end of this journey, I want you to feel the space that has opened inside you, the lightness where the weight used to be, the silence where the noise used to be, the love where the judgment used to be. This space is yours. It has always been yours. And remember, this journey does not end here. It continues in your feet as you touch the earth. It continues in your breath as you return to the present. It continues in your heart as you watch your past with kindness. If this message has touched you, if it has lightened your load, help us spread this light. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with those who need to hear it. And for those who wish to walk closer with us, the join button is open. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for being. Until we meet again, remain grounded, remain aware, remain in love. And when you let go of this heavy burden of perfection, you suddenly find that you are weightless, and in this weightlessness, the connection to the earth becomes even more profound. You see, guilt was not just a mental idea, it was a physical barrier. It was a contraction that lifted you away from the ground, that kept you suspended in anxiety. Now that the guilt has begun to melt, we must return to the feet. We must return to the soil with this new, innocent awareness. Because to be grounded is not just a physical act, it is a spiritual reunion. The earth has been waiting for you to return, not as a sinner, not as a failure, but as a child. I want you to understand the deeper alchemy of this contact. When I say touch the earth, I do not simply mean place your skin on the grass. I mean open the door that has been closed for centuries. Your feet are not dead matter, they are the roots of your consciousness. Look at the trees. Have you ever seen a tree that is stressed? Have you ever seen a tree that is worried about its past? Have you ever seen a tree that is holding on to guilt because it dropped a leaf too early? No. The tree is completely at peace. Why? Because it is rooted, its connection to the source is unbroken, it draws nourishment from below, and it reaches for the sun above. It is a perfect channel. You are also a tree, but you are a walking tree. And because you can move, you have the dangerous freedom to disconnect. You have the freedom to put on shoes, to climb into high-rise buildings, to live in your head. And the moment you disconnect, the nourishment stops. The stability vanishes. You become like a dry leaf blowing in the wind, fragile, frightened, easily crushed. So the second step of this journey, after you have looked at your guilt with compassion, is to re-establish your roots. And this must be done with great sensitivity. It is a subtle art. Tomorrow morning, when the sun is just rising, go out, find a patch of earth. It can be sand, it can be grass, it can be raw soil. It does not matter. Remove your shoes, but do not just remove them mechanically. Remove them with reverence. You are entering a temple. The earth is the only temple that is not man-made. It is the temple of existence. Stand there, close your eyes, and for the first few moments, simply feel the sensation. It might be cold, it might be damp, it might be rough. Do not judge the sensation. Do not wish it were warmer or softer. Just say yes to it. That yes is the bridge. Then visualize, and this is not just imagination, it is directing your energy. Visualize that roots are growing from the soles of your feet, moving deep into the dark, moist earth, going down, 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 anchoring you, holding you. As these roots go deeper, feel that the earth is not dead. It is alive. It is throbbing with energy. It is a massive battery of life. And because you are now connected, that energy begins to rise. It enters your feet. It moves up your legs. It enters your spine. It fills your belly. This is the energy of stability. This is the energy that modern man is starving for. You are looking for stability in money, in relationships, in reputation, but those things are like clouds. They change every moment. Real stability comes from the ground. When you are grounded, the storms of life can come, the winds of criticism can blow, the seasons of failure can arrive, but you will not be uprooted. You will sway, you will dance, but you will not fall. This is the secret of the barefoot mystics. They walked through the world without fear because they carried their home with them. Their home was their connection. And you can have this too. It is your birthright. It was never taken away from you. You simply walked away from it. Now turn back, and as you stand there grounded, breathing, aware, you will notice something miraculous happening in your head. The mind begins to slow down. It has to. The mind moves at the speed of anxiety. The earth moves at the speed of eternity. When you touch the earth, you synchronize with its rhythm. You cannot be frantic and grounded at the same time. It is impossible. The silence that arises is not a forced silence. You are not saying shut up to your thoughts. You are simply moving your attention to a bigger reality. The thoughts become small. They are still there, perhaps buzzing like flies, but you are no longer interested in them. You are interested in the vastness beneath you. And if you are finding value in this, if you feel this silence I speak of calling to you, consider supporting this work. You can click the super thanks button below. It is a way of completing the circle of giving and receiving. Or join our community by clicking join. Your support helps us keep this stream of wisdom flowing to all who thirst for it. Let us go deeper into this electrical exchange. Science is now discovering what the yogis knew 5,000 years ago. The body is electrical. Your nerves are wires. Your brain is a transmitter. But electricity creates byproducts. It creates static. It creates charge. Every time you think a stressful thought, you create a positive charge. Every time you get angry, every time you rush, every time you worry, you are building up static electricity in your system. And if this static is not discharged, it creates inflammation. It creates fire inside. The joints start to hurt. The blood starts to thicken. The sleep becomes disturbed. The earth is negatively charged. It is the infinite supply of cooling electrons. When your bare foot touches the ground, nature seeks balance. The excess positive charge in your body, the stress, the inflammation, the heat of modern life instantly flows down into the earth. And the earth sends up cooling, healing electrons into your body. It is a transaction. You give the earth your stress, and the earth gives you its peace. It is the ultimate recycling. The earth knows how to compost your stress. It takes your toxicity and turns it into flowers. You do not need to hold on to it, but you must make the contact. You cannot do this through rubber soles. Rubber is an insulator. It breaks the circuit. It protects you from the electric shock of a wire. Yes, but it also disconnects you from the electric nourishment of the mother. So take off the insulation. Be vulnerable. This is the word I want you to remember. Vulnerability. To be barefoot is to be vulnerable. You might step on a thorn. You might step on a stone. It requires you to be alert. You cannot walk barefoot and be asleep. If you are walking in shoes, you can sleepwalk. The shoe protects you. But when you are barefoot, you must be present. You must watch every step. And this alertness is meditation. Walking barefoot forces you into the now. You are feeling the texture of the ground. You are adjusting your balance. You are aware of the temperature. Suddenly you are not in the past, regretting your mistakes. You are not in the future, worrying about your death. You are here, just here, step by step. This is why I say earthing is not just for the body, it is for the soul. It brings you back to the only moment where life exists. And in this moment, there is no aging. The past is aging. The future is aging. The now is ageless. The now is fresh. When you are fully present, the body stops recording time. It stops accumulating the debris of the years. It flows, and a flowing body remains young. A flowing river never gets old. Only a stagnant pond gets old. Your grounding keeps you flowing. I want you to try this experiment for 21 days, just 21 days. Give yourself this gift. Every day for 20 minutes, touch the earth, sit on it, stand on it, lie on it, and do nothing, absolutely nothing. Do not take your phone, do not take a book, do not take your prayers, just take your body. Let the body and the earth have a conversation without your mind interfering. You will be surprised. In the first few days, you might feel restless. The mind will say, this is a waste of time, I have things to do. The ground is dirty. Watch these thoughts, they are the voice of your conditioning. They are the voice of the separation. Let them pass. Keep sitting. By the third or fourth day, you will notice a change in your breath. It will become deeper, moving into the belly. You will notice a change in your sleep. You will fall asleep like a child, heavy, dreamless, restorative. You will notice that the small irritations of life, the traffic, the noise, the rude neighbor, do not bother you as much. You have a buffer. You have a center. And as this physical stability grows, you will find it easier to do the inner work we spoke of. You will find it easier to forgive yourself. Why? Because a tense body holds on to the past. A relaxed body lets go. When your nervous system is calm, you don't have the energy to hate yourself. Self-hatred requires tension. It requires a frantic energy. When you are grounded, you are too peaceful to fight with yourself. You see how it is all connected? The outer grounding supports the inner forgiveness, and the inner forgiveness allows you to surrender more deeply to the earth. It is a circle, a beautiful, virtuous circle of healing. Do not underestimate the power of this simplicity. The modern mind is addicted to complexity. If I told you that to reverse aging you must climb the Himalayas, stand on one leg for 10 years and eat only sunlight, you would be very interested. Your ego would say, a challenge, this must be powerful because it is difficult. But when I tell you, take off your shoes and stand on the grass, the ego is disappointed. It says that is too easy, everyone can do that. It cannot be special. And because of this stupidity, you miss the miracle. The greatest miracles in existence are always simple. Breathing is simple. Love is simple. Sunlight is simple. The earth is simple. Do not let the simplicity fool you. Behind the ordinary is the extraordinary. But you must be humble enough to try it. You must be humble enough to be like an animal again. Watch the cat. Watch the dog. When they are sick, they do not go to the pharmacy. They go to the garden. They find a spot of earth. They curl up. They surrender to the magnetic field of the mother. And they heal. You have that same instinct inside you. It is buried under layers of logic, education, and civilization. But it is not dead. It is waiting for you to listen. And as you listen, you will hear another whisper, a whisper that tells you that you are not separate from this earth. You are not a stranger here. You are not an alien who has been dropped onto this planet to struggle. You are the earth itself. Your bones are made of the minerals of the earth. Your blood is the water of the ocean. Your breath is the wind of the sky. You are a piece of the earth that has stood up and started dancing. When you realize this, the fear of death disappears. Because how can the earth die? It only changes form. When you are grounded, you feel eternal. You feel the vast life that has been here for billions of years, and you know that you are part of it. This gives you a dignity. This gives you a grace. You stop rushing. You stop competing. You stop trying to prove you are important. You know you are essential because you are part of the whole. This is the ultimate healing. To know that you belong, to know that you are held, to know that you are home. But the mind will try to pull you back. It will bring up the old stories. Yes, but I am guilty. Yes, but I have sinned. And this is where you must apply the second medicine we spoke of, awareness. Let us return to that space of witnessing. We spoke of watching the cloud of guilt without judgment. Now I want to give you a deeper insight into this. When you watch your guilt, you are creating a distance. In that distance, freedom is born. But what is it that watches? The guilt is a thought. The judgment is a thought. The memory is a thought. But the one who sees all of this, is that a thought? No, that is consciousness. That is your soul. That is the part of you that is pure light. When you identify with the guilt, you become small. You become dark. When you identify with the watcher, you become vast. You become luminous. The practice is to shift your identity, move from the seen to the seer. It is a small shift, but it changes everything. Every time you feel the heaviness of the past, ask yourself who is aware of this heaviness, and immediately you will feel a step back. You are not the heaviness, you are the awareness. And the awareness is never heavy. The awareness is never guilty. The mirror reflects the fire, but the mirror does not burn. The mirror reflects the mud, but the mirror does not get dirty. You are the mirror. Reclaim this purity. It has never been lost. You only thought it was lost. You were dreaming. Wake up. The earth is calling you to wake up. The silence is calling you to wake up. And as you wake up, you will realize something very funny. You will realize that all this time you were carrying a backpack full of rocks, thinking it was your body, and you were complaining, "Oh, life is so hard, the journey is so long," and all you had to do was unbuckle the straps and let the backpack fall. The backpack is your guilt. The backpack is your resistance to the earth. Drop it. The earth is ready to catch it. The earth can handle your rocks. It will turn them into sand. It will turn them into soil. Give your burden to the earth and walk light, walk like a cloud, walk like a breeze. This is what it means to be young. Youth is a quality of lightness. A child is light. An old man full of regrets is heavy. You can be 70 years old and be young if you are light. You can be 20 years old and be ancient if you are heavy with guilt. Choose lightness. It is a choice. In every moment it is a choice. Do I hold on or do I let go? Do I insulate or do I connect? Do I judge or do I witness? Choose the path that makes you lighter. And do not worry about perfection. We spoke of this, but I must remind you again because the habit of perfectionism is deep. You will forget. You will put your shoes back on and forget to take them off for a week. You will get caught in guilt again. You will judge yourself for judging yourself. When this happens, and it will happen, do not create a new drama. Do not say, oh, I failed Osho's teaching, I am hopeless. No. Simply notice it, smile at it, say, I forgot again. How human of me. And then gently, without any fuss, take off your shoes. Return to the witness. Begin again. Life is always a beginning. The sunrise happens every day. It does not say, well, I rose yesterday, so I don't need to rise today. It rises again, fresh, new. Be like the sun, rise again. There is no final destination where you make it and then stop. The joy is in the journey. The joy is in the returning. Every time you return to the earth, it is a celebration. Every time you return to the present moment, it is a victory. And you are not doing this just for yourself. This is something you must understand. When you heal your own nervous system, when you release your own guilt, you are healing the world because you are part of the collective consciousness. A tense, angry, guilty person radiates that energy. They pollute the atmosphere. You walk into a room where someone is sitting in self-hatred and you feel the heaviness. They don't have to say a word. Their vibration touches you. But a person who is grounded, a person who has forgiven themselves, radiates a different frequency. They radiate peace. They radiate acceptance. When you walk barefoot on the earth, you are sending a signal of peace to the whole planet. You become an acupuncture needle for the earth, helping to release the tension of the collective. So do not think this is selfish. Self-love is the most selfless act you can do, because only when you love yourself can you love others. Only when you are at peace with your own darkness can you have compassion for the darkness of others. If you hate yourself, you will judge everyone else. You will project your guilt onto them. You will find faults in them because you cannot bear the faults in yourself. But the moment you forgive yourself, the moment you see your own innocence, you look at the world with eyes of mercy, you see that everyone is struggling, everyone is carrying a heavy backpack, everyone is wearing tight shoes, and instead of anger, you feel love. This is the revolution. It starts with your feet on the ground and your heart in the sky. It starts with you. I have given you the keys, the key of earthing to release the biological tension, the key of witnessing to release the psychological burden. Now you must turn the keys. I cannot turn them for you. I can only show you the door, but I know you can do it because it is your nature. You are built for this. Your feet are shaped for the earth. Your consciousness is shaped for awareness. You are just returning to your original design. And as you walk this path, know that you are not alone. There are thousands of others walking with you, taking off their shoes, opening their hearts. Feel their presence. We are a Sangha, a community of seekers spread across the globe, but rooted in the same earth. If you feel this connection, if you feel part of this invisible caravan, let us know. Leave a comment below. Share your story. Tell us, I am taking off my shoes. I am dropping the backpack. Your words will inspire others. Your courage will give them courage. And remember, this video is here for you. Whenever you forget, save it. Return to it. Let it be a reminder. Let it be a bell that wakes you up when you have fallen asleep in the dream of time and guilt. Life is short, my friends. Too short to spend it in misery. Too short to spend it at war with yourself. The flowers are blooming. The birds are singing. The earth is waiting. Why are you waiting? Drop the shoes. Drop the guilt. Be, just be. In this being, there is everything you have ever searched for. It is not in the future. It is not in the next achievement. It is here, in the sensation of the soul touching the soul. Let this understanding settle deep in your bones. Let it become your marrow, and watch how your life transforms, not with effort, but with the grace of a river finding the ocean. Be barefoot, be innocent, be alive. And when you are alive, really alive, you will notice that the society becomes uncomfortable. A grounded person, a person who has dropped their guilt, is dangerous to the establishment. Why? Because you cannot control a person who is at peace. You can only control a person who is afraid, who feels they are lacking, who feels they have a debt to pay. This brings us to the deepest layer of the trap you have been living in. We must look at the secret contract you signed without knowing. It is written in invisible ink on your soul, and it dictates your suffering. Most of you are living with the unconscious belief that if you suffer enough, you will be forgiven. You believe that pain is a form of payment. You think, I did something wrong 10 years ago, so if I deny myself joy today, if I walk with a heavy heart, if I sabotage my own happiness, then the universe will see my penance and say, okay, now you are good again. This is the economy of the slave. It is the logic of the prison. But I tell you, existence has no such economy. The trees do not suffer to earn their leaves. The ocean does not suffer to earn its waves. They simply are. You are the only animal that believes it must pay rent for being alive. And the currency you use is your own misery. You must tear up this contract. You must see it for what it is, a lie handed to you by people who were themselves miserable. They taught you that a happy person is selfish, that a laughing person is irresponsible. They taught you that a serious face is a holy face. Look at your saints, your priests, your politicians. Long faces, heavy eyes, carrying the weight of the world. They look as if they are sick, not enlightened, and you try to imitate them because you think that is what goodness looks like. But goodness is not heavy. Goodness is light. Goodness is playful. When you are truly good, you are like a child playing on the beach. You build a castle. The tide comes and washes it away, and you laugh. You do not cry over the castle. You do not feel guilty that you couldn't save it. You just build another one, or you jump into the waves. This playfulness is what you have lost, and because you have lost it, you age. Seriousness is a disease. It hardens your arteries, it hardens your mind, it disconnects you from the flow. So how do we break this contract? We do it by understanding the roots. We must go back to the beginning, to the soil where these seeds of guilt were planted. Imagine a small child. You were that child once. You were born perfectly imperfect. You are a mess of joy, crying one moment, laughing the next. You had no judgment. You did not know that spilling milk was a sin. You did not know that being too loud was a crime. You were just exploding with energy. Then the giants appeared, the parents, the teachers, the priests, and they were tired, they were stressed, they were disconnected from the earth. And when you exploded with your natural energy, they reacted with irritation. They shamed you. They told you, don't do that, sit still, be quiet. Look at how good your brother is. In that moment, a split happened inside you. You wanted to be loved. Survival depends on love. So you decided, I must suppress my energy. I must cut off my roots. I must become what they want me to be. You created a mask, a good boy mask, a good girl mask. And you pushed your real nature, your wildness, your earthiness, into the dark basement of your unconscious. That basement is what you call the shadow. And every time your shadow tries to come up, every time you feel a burst of anger or a burst of sexual energy or a burst of wild joy, you feel guilty, you feel, oh no, the monster is coming out. But the monster is not a monster. It is just your rejected life force. It is the part of you that wants to touch the earth, but you are forcing it to wear tight shoes. I am here to tell you, open the basement door, invite the shadow up. It is not dangerous. It has only become dark because you denied it the light. When you bring it into the light of awareness, it transforms. Anger becomes passion. Greed becomes sharing. Sex becomes love. Everything changes when you stop judging it. This is where the practice of earthing becomes not just a physical act, but a psychological purification. The earth is the only thing big enough to handle your shadow. Your family cannot handle it. Your friends cannot handle it. Society certainly cannot handle it. But the earth has handled volcanoes, earthquakes, storms, and floods for billions of years. The earth can handle your anger, so here is a deeper technique for you. When you go to your spot on the ground, whether it is a park, a beach, or your garden, do not just stand there politely. If you feel anger inside, if you feel the frustration of years of suppression, stomp the earth. Let your feet strike the ground hard. Let the vibration move up your legs. Tell the earth, here, take this rage, take this unfairness. The earth will absorb it instantly. It is grounding the excess charge. You are not hurting the earth. You are communicating with it. You are finally being honest. And if you feel a scream rising in your throat, the scream you swallowed when you were 5 years old, the scream you swallowed when your boss insulted you, let it out. If you cannot scream because of the neighbors, bury your face in a pillow, or better yet, dig a small hole in the earth, put your mouth near it and scream into the soil. Close the hole afterwards. The earth will compost that scream and turn it into silence. This is what I call catharsis. You cannot go from noise directly to silence. You are too full of junk. You are too full of repressed madness. If you try to sit silently in meditation while your basement is full of screaming ghosts, you will go crazy. You must throw them out first. And the feet are the gateway. By stomping, by dancing wildly on the earth, you shake the dormant energy at the base of your spine. You wake up the Kundalini. You wake up the life force. And yes, it will feel intense. It might feel scary, but it is your energy. It is the fuel of your youth. You have been driving your car with the handbrake on. That is why you are tired. That is why you are aging. You are pushing the accelerator of life, but the handbrake of guilt is pulled tight. The friction is burning you out. Release the handbrake. Let the wheels spin, and the earth provides the friction you need to move forward. If you are beginning to understand the necessity of this release, if you see how you have been holding yourself back, consider clicking the join button below. In our private community, we discuss these techniques of catharsis deeper. We support each other in the messy, beautiful process of becoming real. Or simply like this video to help others find this freedom. Now, let us move to a concept that is essential for your total healing. The meeting of the earth and the sky. The meeting of Zorba and Buddha. You have been told you have to choose. You can either be a materialist enjoying food, wine, dance, the body, or you can be a spiritualist sitting in a cave, fasting, denying the world. I say, why choose? Why be half? Be whole. Be Zorba, the Buddha. Zorba represents the earth. He represents your feet. He enjoys the texture of the sand, the warmth of the sun, the taste of the fruit. He is grounded. He is not worried about the afterlife. He is in love with this life. Buddha represents the sky. He represents your awareness. He witnesses. He is silent. He is spacious. You need both. Without Zorba, the Buddha is dry, pale, and bloodless. Without Buddha, Zorba is just a drunkard, lost in the senses. But together they create a symphony. Earthing is the practice of the Zorba. Witnessing is the practice of the Buddha. When you stand barefoot on the grass, watching your thoughts, you are synthesizing these two polarities. You are becoming a bridge between heaven and earth. And this bridge is where agelessness lives. The body belongs to the earth. Let it play. The consciousness belongs to the sky. Let it watch. When you allow both, there is no conflict. And where there is no conflict, there is no stress. Where there is no stress, the cells of your body stop dying so fast. They relax, they rejoice. You will find that your appetite changes. When you are ungrounded, you eat out of anxiety. You eat to stuff down your emotions. You eat to feel heavy because you feel too light and floaty. But when you are grounded by the earth, you eat only what the body needs. You listen to the stomach, not the mind. You might find yourself eating more simple foods, roots, vegetables, fruits, things that come from the earth. You will find that your sleep changes. This is a major complaint of the modern world, insomnia. Why can you not sleep? Because you cannot let go. Sleep is a small death. To sleep, you have to trust that it is safe to disappear for 8 hours. But you are so tense, so on guard that you cannot disappear. Try this tonight. Before you get into bed, stand barefoot on the floor. Even if it is indoors, stand firmly. Visualize the roots going down into the foundation of the house, into the soil below. Feel the pull of gravity. Then when you lie down, surrender your weight completely to the mattress. Feel that the mattress is supported by the floor by the foundation, and the foundation by the earth. You are being held by the planet. You do not need to hold yourself. You can let go of the muscles in your neck, in your back, in your legs. Tell your body, Mother Earth is holding us, we can rest. And as you drift off, if thoughts come, I forgot to send that email, I need to pay that bill, use the witness. See the thought as a bird flying across the evening sky. Do not invite the bird to build a nest in your head. Let it fly. Sleep that comes from this grounded space is not just rest, it is therapy. In deep sleep, you reconnect with the universal source. You are recharged. You wake up fresh, not groggy. You wake up with a yes to life. And this yes transforms your relationships. This is perhaps the most painful area for many of you. You seek love, but you bring a backpack of guilt and a body full of tension into your relationships. How can you love when you are not there? When you are ungrounded, you are not present with your partner. You are physically there, but mentally you are in the past or the future. Your partner feels this. They feel your absence. They say, you never listen to me, and you say, but I am sitting right here. Yes, your body is there, but you are not. You are floating. To love, you must be present. To be present, you must be grounded. When you touch your partner, let it be a touch from your roots. Let the energy flow from the earth through you into them. That touch has magnetism. That touch heals. If you hate your own body because of guilt, if you think you are too fat, too old, too ugly, you will close yourself off to intimacy. You will hide. But the earth does not care if you are fat or thin. The earth supports the elephant and the ant with the same love. When you reclaim your connection to the earth, you reclaim the dignity of your body. You stop seeing it as a mannequin that needs to look perfect for a magazine. You start seeing it as a temple of energy, and a temple is always beautiful. When you respect your own temple, your partner will respect it too. Love follows self-love, respect follows self-respect. And self-respect comes from knowing your roots. I have given you much to digest. But do not just digest it intellectually. That is the trap. The mind says, aha, very interesting, Osho. I understand, and then nothing changes. Knowledge is false gold. Wisdom is the only real currency, and wisdom comes from experiment. So I challenge you not just to listen but to act. This week, find a tree, a big old tree. It has been standing there for 100 years. It knows things you do not know. It has seen storms, it has seen droughts, and it is still standing. Go to the tree, take off your shoes, touch the tree with your hands, lean your spine against its trunk, and ask the tree, teach me how to stand, teach me how to be still. Close your eyes and feel the sap rising in the tree. Feel the roots gripping the rocks in the dark. Merge with the tree. For a few moments, forget that you are a human. Be the tree. In that merging, you will taste the silence I am pointing to. It is not a silence of emptiness. It is a silence of fullness. It is a silence that is alive. And when you walk away from the tree, you will walk differently. You will have a secret. You will know that you are never alone because the earth is always under your feet. If this speaks to you, if you feel the sap rising in your own spine, please do not hesitate, share this video. The algorithm of these platforms is like the wind. It blows where it wants, but your like and your comment give direction to the wind. Help us blow these seeds to the fertile soil of other hearts. And for those who want to go deeper into the mysteries of the body and consciousness, I have prepared a collection of ebooks. They are listed below. They are maps for the territory you are now entering. But remember, the map is not the territory. You must walk the path yourself. You might ask, Osho, is it really this simple? Can taking off my shoes really dissolve the guilt of a lifetime? I say to you, the darkness of 1,000 years can be removed by a single candle. It does not matter how long the room has been dark. The moment the light enters, the darkness is gone. It does not pack its bags and leave slowly. It vanishes instantly. Your guilt is that darkness. Your awareness, grounded in the earth, is that light. Do not analyze the darkness. Do not try to psychoanalyze why the room is dark. Just light the candle and do not worry if the flame flickers. It will. The winds of the world are strong. You will get angry again. You will feel unworthy again. You will get lost in the drama of the mind. This is natural. Do not make it a problem. When the candle blows out, do not cry. Just light it again and again and again. Eventually the flame becomes steady. Eventually you become the flame. This is the journey from the unconscious to the conscious, from the seed to the flower, and the earth is the womb that makes this journey possible. Without the earth, the seed cannot open, Without the earth, the flower cannot bloom. So honor the mother. We have forgotten her. We have paved over her with asphalt. We have poisoned her with chemicals. And in doing so, we have poisoned ourselves. The healing of the planet and the healing of your body are not two different things. They are one. When you take off your shoes and walk gently with love, you are healing the earth. You are saying, I am not your conqueror, I am your child. And the earth responds. I tell you, she responds. You will feel a rush of gratitude coming from the soil. It sounds crazy to the logical mind. How can the soil feel gratitude? But I tell you, everything is alive. Everything is vibrating. When you walk with arrogance, the earth shrinks away from you. When you walk with love, the earth rises to meet you. Try it. Walk as if you are kissing the earth with your feet. As the Zen masters say, walk as if your feet are listening. What are they listening to? They are listening to the heartbeat of the universe. And when you hear that heartbeat, your own heart falls into rhythm. The anxiety, the rushing, the fear of running out of time, it all dissolves. You enter the great time, the time of the stars, the time of the mountains. In this great time, you are not 40 years old or 60 or 80. You are ancient and you are newborn. You are the paradox. And living in this paradox is the only way to live sanely in an insane world. Be the paradox. Be grounded like a rock and free like a bird. Be heavy with presence and light with joy. This is the invitation. Do not wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow is the most dangerous word in your language. Tomorrow never comes. All that you have is this moment. Look at your feet right now. Wiggle your toes. Feel the life inside them. That life is God. That life is the only scripture you need to read. Read it daily. And as you read it, you will write a new story for yourself. A story not of guilt and aging, but of grace and flowering. If you are ready to write this story, if you are ready to pick up the pen of awareness, then I am with you. The whole existence is with you. Support this channel if you can. Click super thanks or join. It allows us to keep the fire burning. But more importantly, support yourself. Give yourself the permission to be happy. Give yourself the permission to be free. The cage door is open. It has always been open. You are just sitting inside because you have forgotten you have wings. The earth reminds you of your feet. The sky reminds you of your wings. Use both. Fly, but fly with roots. This is the secret. And when you fly with roots, the fear of falling disappears. This is the great anxiety of the modern man. The fear of falling, the fear of failing, the fear of collapsing. You are holding yourself up with such tension, with such effort, that your muscles are screaming, your nerves are frying. You are like a man hanging from a cliff, holding on with white knuckles, terrified to let go. But I tell you, look down. There is no cliff. The ground is just 1 inch below your feet. You are hallucinating the height. You are hallucinating the danger. The moment you realize this through the simple physical act of standing barefoot, the grip loosens, the white knuckles relax. You drop the 1 inch and you laugh. You laugh at the absurdity of your struggle. You have been fighting gravity, and gravity was your friend all along. Gravity is not trying to pull you down to destroy you. It is trying to pull you home, to embrace you. Allow this embrace. This is what I call trust. Trust is not a belief in a God who sits in the clouds that is childish. Trust is a physical sensation of safety in the universe. It is the knowledge that if you let go, you will be caught. The earth will catch you. Existence will catch you. But you have been taught to mistrust. You have been taught that the earth is dirty, that nature is hostile, that you must conquer it with concrete and shoes. This war against nature is the war against yourself, because you are nature. When you pave over the grass, you pave over your own sensitivity. When you insult the soil, you insult your own body. So the return to the earth is a peace treaty. You are signing a peace treaty with existence. You are saying, I will no longer fight. I will no longer hide. I am naked before you. And yes, to be barefoot is to be naked. It is an exposure. And in this exposure, your guilt tries to hide. Guilt loves clothes. Guilt loves uniforms. Guilt loves shoes. It loves anything that covers the reality of who you are. When you take off your shoes, you are taking off your social persona. You are just a biological entity, a creature of the earth. The CEO disappears, the worker disappears, the rich man disappears, the poor man disappears. On the grass, all feet are equal. The earth does not care about your bank account or your failures. It cares only about your contact. This equality is healing. It dissolves the hierarchy that your mind has built. The mind is always climbing ladders. I am better than him. I am worse than her. This climbing is exhausting. It is the source of your aging. Climbing ages you. Resting rejuvenates you. When you touch the ground, you are at the bottom. You cannot fall from the bottom. This is the supreme safety of the humble. As the Taoists say, be like water. Water always seeks the lowest place, and because it seeks the lowest place, it nourishes all things. It becomes the ocean. Be like water. Flow down. Let your energy sink from your head where it is spinning in madness into your feet where it becomes silent power. I want you to visualize this flow. Imagine your head is a melting block of ice. The ice of your logic, your arguments, your defenses. Under the warmth of your awareness, it melts, it turns into water, it flows down your neck, soothing the stiffness. It flows down your chest, opening the heart. It flows down your belly, relaxing the knot of fear. It flows into your legs. And finally, it flows out of your feet and into the earth. You are becoming liquid. A rigid body is an old body. A liquid body is a young body. Look at a child, they are fluid. Look at a corpse, it is rigid. Rigidity is death. Fluidity is life. Your guilt has made you rigid. It has frozen you in the past. I did that thing. You have frozen that moment. You have turned it into a statue. And now you are carrying that statue on your back. Melt the statue. It was just a moment. It was just a wave in the ocean. The wave has gone. Why are you worshipping the memory of the wave? Let it flow. And as you flow, you will encounter the judge. The judge is the voice in your head that says, this is foolish. You look ridiculous standing here without shoes. People will laugh at you. This is not civilized. Listen to the judge. Do not fight him. If you fight him, you give him importance. Just say thank you for your opinion and keep standing. Keep breathing. The judge is the voice of society. It is not your voice. You are not born with a judge. You are born with curiosity. The judge was installed in you by scared people. They wanted you to be scared too, so you would be easy to manage. But a grounded person is unmanageable. You cannot enslave a person who is content with the earth and the sky. They need nothing from you. They do not need your approval. They do not need your rewards. They have the reward of existence. This is why the mystics were always persecuted, not because they did something wrong, but because they were free, and freedom is offensive to slaves. When you are free of guilt, people will look at you with suspicion. Why is he smiling? Doesn't he know the world is a serious place? Doesn't he know he should be repenting? Your joy will provoke them, but do not let that stop you. Your joy is also an invitation to them. Deep down, they want to take off their shoes too. They want to drop their backpacks too. They are just waiting for someone to have the courage to go first. Be the one who goes first. And as you deepen this practice, expand your definition of earthing. It is not just the soil. It is the trees. I have often spoken of tree hugging. People laugh, they think it is a joke. It is not a joke. It is a transfusion of bioenergy. A tree is a vertical flow of energy. Its roots are deep in the yin energy of the earth. Its branches are high in the yang energy of the sun and air. The tree is constantly circulating these two forces. It is a pillar of balance. When you hug a tree, and I mean really hug it, press your chest against it, wrap your arms around it, you are bringing your chaotic circuit into contact with a harmonious circuit. The tree is not confused, the tree is not guilty, the tree is not worried about tomorrow. By the law of resonance, your vibration begins to match the tree's vibration. You become slower, you become silent. The tree absorbs your excess heat, your fever of thinking, and it gives you its coolness, its endurance. Try it. Find a tree that calls to you. Ask permission first. Yes, talk to the tree. It is a living being. Say, brother tree, I am tired. Can I rest with you? You will feel a yes. It is not a word. It is a feeling of welcome. Stand there for 10 minutes. Merge with the bark. Smell the scent of the wood. Look up at the leaves, dancing in the wind. Suddenly your problems seem very small. The tree has seen generations of humans come and go with their little problems. It remains. This perspective is the cure for guilt. Guilt comes from taking yourself too seriously. You think your mistake is the center of the universe. You think you have destroyed the cosmic order because you lied to your spouse or cheated on a test or hurt a friend. Yes, you caused pain. I am not denying that, but you are not that powerful. You cannot destroy the cosmos. The universe is vast. Your mistake is a grain of sand. The tree tells you this. Relax. Seasons change. Leaves fall. New leaves grow. Life continues. When you align with this vastness, forgiveness becomes natural. You forgive yourself because you realize you are just a small part of a huge unfolding mystery. You are not the director of the play. You are just an actor who forgot his lines for a moment. The audience is not booing. The audience is loving you. The universe is the audience. If you are feeling this love, if you are feeling the embrace of the vastness, consider supporting our channel. Click the super thanks button. It is a way of saying yes to the message. It is a way of keeping this stream of consciousness flowing. Or click join to become a pillar of our community, just like the trees are pillars of the forest. Now, let us go into the element of water, because we are speaking of flow, and water is the master of flow. If you live near the ocean or a river or a lake, go there. Water is liquid earth. It has the same grounding property, but it adds the dimension of cleansing. When you step into the ocean, the salt water, which is chemically very similar to your own blood, surrounds you. It holds you. You float. Floating is the ultimate trust. To float, you must completely let go of holding yourself up. If you tense up, you sink. If you struggle, you sink. Only when you surrender do you float. This is a great meditation. Lie on your back in the water. Look at the sky. Feel the water supporting every inch of your body, and say to yourself, I am held, I am washed, I am clean. Guilt feels like a stain on the soul. But the ocean can wash away any stain. Visualize the water moving through you, washing away the dark spots of the past, washing away the sticky memories. When you come out of the water, you are baptized, not by a priest, but by nature. You are new. Every morning is a chance to be new. But you wake up and immediately put on the old clothes of your personality. I am the one who is depressed. I am the one who is guilty. I am the one who is angry. You put on these clothes before you even get out of bed. Stop it. Wake up and stay naked for a moment. Naked of clothes and naked of identity. Look at the morning sun. Listen to the birds. They are not singing about yesterday. They are singing about now. Join the birds. Be a bird. This is why I say meditation is not serious work. It is play. It is remembering how to play. When you were a child, you played with mud. You made mud pies. You were dirty and you were divine. Your mother might have been angry about the dirt, but you were ecstatic. Reclaim that mud. The soil is not dirt in the negative sense. Soil is the womb of life. From the soil comes the wheat, the rice, the apple. From the soil comes the rose. From the soil comes your own body, and to the soil your body will return. Do not fear the dirt. Fear the sterility of the plastic life. Fear the clean, air-conditioned nightmare where nothing grows. Get your hands dirty. Gardening is one of the best meditations. When you dig in the earth, when you plant a seed, you are participating in the miracle of creation. You are a co-creator with God. And when you see the flower bloom, you will see your own potential. The seed had to break open to become the flower. You have to break open to become your potential. Your guilt, your pain, your suffering. This is just the shell of the seed cracking. Do not cry over the broken shell. Look at the sprout coming out. You are focusing on the breakage. I am focusing on the growth. Shift your focus. I am broken is a story of the ego. I am growing is the truth of the soul. And growth is always moving towards the light. The roots go down into the dark earth, yes, but the branches go up into the light. You need both. Do not deny your darkness. Do not deny your roots, your mistakes, your past. These are your manure. You know what manure is? It is smelly. It is waste. But if you put it on the garden, it becomes nutrition for the roses. Your past is manure. Do not carry it in your pocket. That will stink. Put it on your roots. Use your mistakes. Learn from them. Let them make you humble. Let them make you compassionate. A man who has never sinned has no compassion. He is hard. He thinks he is superior. I have never done anything wrong. He is like a stone. But a man who has stumbled, who has fallen, who has tasted the dust, he understands. He looks at others who are stumbling And He does not judge. He gives them a hand. He says, I know, I have been there. Get up. It is okay. Your guilt can be transformed into empathy. This is the alchemy. Turn the poison into medicine. But you can only do this if you stop hating yourself. You cannot learn from someone you hate. If you hate yourself, you will not listen to the wisdom of your own experience. You will just punish. Stop the punishment. Start the learning. And the earth helps you to learn because it slows you down. You cannot learn when you are rushing. Wisdom requires a pause. When you are barefoot, you walk slower. You have to feel where you are stepping. This slowing down is the beginning of wisdom. Speed is the enemy of the soul. The soul moves at the speed of a camel, not a Ferrari. Enjoy the camel ride. Enjoy the scenery. You are rushing to the grave. Why? What is the hurry? The grave will wait. It is not going anywhere. Delay the grave by living fully now. And notice as we go deeper into this, how the mind tries to complicate it again. Osho, should I stand on the grass for 15 minutes or 20 minutes? Should I face east or west? What if it is raining? Laughter. I am laughing at you. You want a rule book? You want a manual? There is no manual. Listen to your body. If it is raining and you feel like getting wet, get wet. Rain is beautiful. If it is cold and your body says enough, then go inside. Trust your sensation. Your sensation is the guru. The guru is not outside. I am not the guru. I am just a mirror. I am reflecting your own capacity to know. When you touch the earth, you are touching your own inner guru. The earth is wise. It has been here for 4.5 billion years. It knows a few things. Silence is its language. Can you learn that language? It is not difficult. It is your mother tongue. You have just forgotten it because you have learned the language of the machine. Unlearn the machine. Relearn the earth. And as you relearn, share this learning. This is vital. Do not become a spiritual miser. If you find a treasure, call your friends. Come, look what I found. I found a way to drop the burden. Share this video. It is a modern way of calling your friends. Post it on your social media. Send it to your group chats. You do not know who is suffering in silence. You do not know who is on the verge of collapse. Your sharing might be the hand that saves them. And if you feel gratitude for this saving hand, click super thanks. It allows us to reach more people. It allows us to translate this message into more languages. It allows the caravan to grow. We are approaching the state of no mind. This is the ultimate goal of all meditation. Grounding is the foundation. No mind is the roof. When you are fully grounded, the energy is no longer stuck in the head. The head becomes empty. An empty head is not a stupid head. An empty head is a clear head. It is like an empty room. You can bring any furniture you want into it and then take it out. But right now, your room is so full of old furniture, broken chairs, dusty carpets, your memories, your guilt, that you cannot move. Empty the room. The earth pulls the junk down. Gravity is the garbage collector. Let it pull. Feel it right now. As you listen to my voice, feel your buttocks on the chair or your feet on the floor. Feel the pull. That pull is the earth saying, give it to me. Give me your tiredness. Give me your worry. Release it. Exhale. Do you feel that? That small gap in the noise? That is the glimpse. That is the open door. Now you have to walk through it. And you walk through it not by becoming a monk, but by becoming more human. A human being is a bridge between the animal and the divine. Your feet are the animal. Your head is the potential for the divine. Do not cut off the animal. The animal has great wisdom. The animal knows how to rest. The animal knows when to eat. The animal knows how to play. Your guilt is a rejection of the animal. You have been told that your instincts are sinful, that your body is dirty. I tell you, the body is the most sacred scripture. It is the visible form of the invisible soul. Worship the body. Care for it. Ground it. When you love the animal transforms. It becomes a vehicle for the divine. This is the tantra of earthing. It is not just physical health. It is spiritual transformation. So tomorrow when you take off your shoes, know that you are performing a sacred ritual. You are reconnecting the circuit of the universe. And do not worry about what others think. They are asleep. You are waking up. A waking person always looks strange to sleeping people. They are dreaming. You are opening your eyes. Let them dream, but walk your path. And maybe, just maybe, seeing your peace, seeing your lightness, seeing the light in your eyes, they will start to stir in their sleep. They will ask, what is his secret? And you will simply point to the ground. You will point to the earth. This is the secret, you will say. I came home. Come home, my friends. The door is open. The tea is ready. The wind is calling. Why are you standing in the hallway of the mind, shivering in the cold of guilt? Step out. Step onto the grass. Step into life. And when you step into life, do not tiptoe. Walk firmly. Walk with the authority of someone who knows they belong here. You see, the problem with the civilized man is that he walks as if he is apologizing for his existence. He walks as if he is trespassing on someone else's property. This is the ultimate guilt, the guilt of simply being. You look at the animals, the tiger, the deer, even the stray dog on the street. Do they walk with apology? No, they walk with total ownership. The tiger does not wonder, am I allowed to be in this jungle? Did I pay my taxes? Did I confess my sins? The tiger is the jungle. When you take off your shoes and touch the soil, you reclaim this tiger quality. It is dormant in you, sleeping under layers of politeness and morality, but it is there and you need it. You need a little bit of the tiger to survive in this insane world without going mad yourself. This is what I call the rebel. The rebel is not a revolutionary who throws stones at the police. That is just a reaction. The true rebel is the one who throws off the conditioning of the past. The rebel is the one who says, I will trust my own experience more than the scriptures. I will trust my own feet more than the priest's shoes. And this brings us to a very subtle point about your electrical body. We have spoken about the discharge of stress, but let us go deeper into the recharging of vitality. Your body is a battery. A battery has two poles, positive and negative. The earth is the negative pole. The sun is the positive pole. You are the space between them where the energy dances. When you are disconnected from the earth, your battery runs on reserve power. You are running on adrenaline, on caffeine, on sheer willpower. This is why you collapse on the weekend. This is why you need holidays to recover. A tree never goes on holiday. Have you noticed? A tree never says, I am so stressed, I need 2 weeks in Hawaii. Why? Because the tree is constantly recharging. It is plugged in 24 hours a day. When you start this practice of earthing, You stop running on reserves. You start running on the mains. The infinite energy of the cosmos becomes available to you, and suddenly you have energy left over. This is crucial. When you are just surviving, you have no energy for awareness. Awareness is a luxury. It requires surplus energy. If you are exhausted fighting your own guilt, fighting your own gravity, how can you watch your thoughts? You will just fall asleep. So the first step to becoming a Buddha is to become a healthy animal. Charge the battery. Stand on the grass. Feel the tingle. That tingle is not just physical, it is the prana, the life force rushing in to fill the empty spaces. It is healing the micro tears in your muscles. It is soothing the inflammation in your joints. But more importantly, it is waking up the watcher. When you are full of energy, it is easy to be aware. When you are drained, it is impossible. Now let us look at how this lack of energy destroys your relationships. This is where the guilt becomes a poison between two people. When you are ungrounded and drained, you go to your partner, not to share but to take. You are a beggar. You hold out your empty bowl and say, "Love me, fill me, make me feel worthy, tell me I am not guilty." And your partner, they are likely doing the same thing. Two beggars standing on the street corner, showing each other their empty bowls. And then you get angry. "You are not giving to me. No, you are not giving to me." This is the misery of modern marriage. It is two empty batteries trying to charge each other. It cannot work. But imagine a grounded person, a person who touches the earth every day, a person who has dropped the backpack of the past. Their battery is full. They are overflowing. They do not go to a partner to beg. They go to share. They go to give. "I have so much peace. I have so much joy. I want to pour it into you." When two emperors meet, there is a celebration. When two beggars meet, there is a conflict. Become an emperor. The kingdom is under your feet, and do not think you need a palace. The grass is your carpet. The sky is your roof. The sun is your lamp. You are richer than any king. If you only knew how to connect, if this vision of the emperor stirs something in you, if you are tired of being a beggar in love, acknowledge it. Click the like button as a sign of your decision to change. Subscribe to this channel to remind yourself of your royal nature. Now I want to address a fear that comes up when you start to feel this power. The fear of being too much. Society loves mediocrity. It wants you to be average. If you are too miserable, they put you in a hospital. But if you are too happy, they also look at you strangely. Why is he dancing? Why is he laughing for no reason? When you ground yourself, your charisma increases, your presence becomes strong, and the voice of guilt will whisper, "Shrink. Be small. Don't shine so bright. You will make others feel bad." This is the tall poppy syndrome. We cut down the flowers that grow too high, but I say to you, grow. Grow as high as you can. Do not shrink for anyone. Your shrinking does not help the world. Your shrinking does not help the miserable people. It just adds one more miserable person to the pile. If you want to help the world, shine, be a light. And yes, some people will be blinded by your light. They will put on sunglasses. They will criticize you. Let them. Their criticism is just their own unlived life speaking. They are angry because you have escaped the prison and they are still inside. Do not go back into the prison just to keep them company. Stand outside, sing your song. Maybe hearing your song, they will find the key to their own lock. And the key, as we have seen, is incredibly simple. It is not in the mind, it is in the feet. Let me give you a specific variation of the earthing practice for those moments when your mind is racing like a wild horse. You know those moments when the thoughts are looping. He said this, I should have said that. What if this happens? What if that happens? The monkey mind. When this happens, go to the earth. But this time, do not stand still. Walk, but walk backwards. Yes, backwards. When you walk forwards, you are on autopilot. You have done it millions of times. The mind can sleep while the legs move, but when you walk backwards, the mind has to wake up. It has to be alert. Where am I going? Is there a stone? Is there a hole? The pattern is broken. The mechanical habit is interrupted. Find a safe patch of grass, take off your shoes, and slowly step backwards. Toe first, then heel. Feel the ground before you put your weight on it. This requires total presence. You cannot think about your tax returns while walking backwards barefoot. If you do, you will fall. Do this for 10 minutes. The backward movement reverses the energy flow. It confuses the robot, and in that confusion, the silence enters. Suddenly the loop breaks. You are just a body moving through space, sensitive, alive, awake. This is a trick, a device. I use many devices to snap you out of your hypnosis. You are hypnotized by your past. You are hypnotized by your guilt. I am a sinner. Hypnosis, I am getting old. Hypnosis, life is a struggle. Hypnosis, snap your fingers, wake up. The earth is not struggling, the earth is celebrating. Join the party, and if you feel that you are the only one at the party, do not worry. We are a silent gathering. All over the world, people are taking off their shoes. People are realizing that technology has failed to make us happy. We have better phones, but we have worse connections. We have faster cars, but we have nowhere to go. We are returning to the source. If you want to help this return, if you want to be an ambassador of the earth, share this video. Do not be shy. Put it on your wall. Send it to your colleagues. Be the crazy one who talks about feet and freedom. The world needs more crazy people. The sane ones have nearly destroyed the planet. And if you have the abundance, click super thanks. It is a way of planting a seed in this garden. We are growing together. Now let us go even deeper into the silent alignment. The transcript speaks of an alignment that reverses decay from the roots. What creates decay? Friction, inner conflict. When one part of you wants to go left, desire, and another part wants to go right, guilt, you are tearing yourself apart. This tearing creates heat. It creates aging. Alignment means the whole fleet of ships is moving in one direction. Your body, your mind, your heart, your soul, all aligned. When you stand on the earth, visualize this axis, a line of light going from the center of the earth through your feet, up your spine, out of your crown to the center of the sun. You are threaded on this line like a pearl on a necklace. When you feel this axis, you stop wobbling. You stop hesitating. Decisions become easy. You do not have to think about what to do. You know, the belly knows. The belly is the second brain. In Japan, they call it hara. It is the center of your gravity. When you are guilty, you live in the head. When you are grounded, you live in the hara. A man of hara has a different quality. He is stable. You can push him, but he returns to center. He is like those dolls with the weighted bottoms. You knock them down, they bounce back up. Be a man of Hara, be a woman of the womb. The earth connects you to this center, and from this center, you can finally look at your guilt with a sense of humor. Humor is the highest form of seriousness. If you cannot laugh at your own mistakes, you have not learned from them. You stole a cookie when you were 5 years old, and you are still punishing yourself. Laugh at the little thief. He was hungry. He liked cookies. It is natural. You made a bad investment and lost money. Laugh at the gambler. He took a risk. It didn't work. It is only money. You are still breathing. When you laugh, the energy flows. When you are serious, the energy freezes. I want you to be a laughing Buddha, not a stone statue, but a living, breathing, laughing human being. And the earth loves laughter. Have you ever noticed when children play on the grass, they laugh. The grass tickles their feet. The wind tickles their faces. Laughter is the language of nature. So here is your homework. Yes, I am giving you homework. Go to the mirror. Look at your face. Look at the lines. Look at the worry. Then look at your feet and ask yourself, why is my face so serious when my feet are so ready to dance? Then take off your socks. Wiggle your toes and let the laughter bubble up from your feet to your face. It might start as a fake laugh. That is okay. Fake it until you make it. Ha ha ha. Just do it mechanically. The body does not know the difference. Soon the real laughter will catch on. The absurdity of being a guilty person in an innocent universe will strike you, and you will laugh until you cry. And in that laughter, the last traces of the old you will disappear. You will be fresh, you will be young, not because you used a cream, but because you dropped the mask. And if you feel this laughter bubbling up, if you feel the mask slipping, support us. Join the channel, become a member, let us laugh together at the cosmic joke. Because, my friends, it is a joke. God is not a judge. God is a comedian. He created the giraffe. He created the platypus. He created you. If he was serious, he would not have made this world so ridiculous and so beautiful. Enjoy the beauty, ignore the rules, trust the feet, and remember, every time you put your shoes back on, do it consciously. Say, I am entering the drama now, I am putting on my costume. But know that underneath the costume you are naked. Underneath the shoes you are touching the earth. Never lose that secret contact. It is your lifeline. We have spoken of the roots. We have spoken of the laughter. Now in the next part of this journey, we must speak of the silence. Because after the laughter comes the silence. After the storm of catharsis comes the peace of the valley. And the earth is the master of silence. Have you ever listened, truly listened to a rock? It is so silent, it has been silent for millions of years. It is a condensed silence. When you sit on a rock, if you are humble, the rock shares its silence with you. It is a transmission. We will go there next, into the stone, into the bone, into the silence that is not the absence of noise, but the presence of God. But for now, stay with the laughter, stay with the flow, stay with the earth. And if you are ready for the silence, simply remain. The journey continues. The path is endless because you are endless. And into this silence you must disappear. You have laughed, you have shaken, you have stomped the ground. You have cleared the debris of your personality. Now the temple is empty, and in an empty temple, the God descends. But do not look for a God with a face. Do not look for a God with a name. The God of the earth has no name. It is a presence. It is a massive, silent, vibrating isness. I want you to contemplate the rock. You pass by rocks every day. You kick them aside. You use them to build walls. But have you ever sat with a rock? Have you ever asked the rock for its secret? The rock is the oldest master on the planet. It has been sitting in meditation for millions of years. It has no mind, it has no guilt, it has no future. It is simply here, totally here. When you practice earthing, you are trying to become like the rock, not dead. The rock is not dead. It is simply dormant, but stable, unshakable. Your mind is like water, always moving, always changing, always disturbed by the wind. Your guilt is like mud, sticky, dirty, clouding the water, but your essence is rock. Deep inside you there is a center that has never moved. It was there before you were born. It will be there after you die. It is the witness we spoke of. But now I want you to feel this witness physically. Where is the rock in your body? It is your bones. Your skeleton is the mineral part of you. It is the part of you that belongs to the earth most directly. Your blood is the ocean, your breath is the wind, your heat is the fire, but your bones are the mountains. When you stand barefoot, visualize that your skeleton is connecting with the skeleton of the planet, bone to stone, mineral to mineral. It is a meeting of brothers. This is why aging attacks the bones. Osteoporosis is not just a medical condition, it is a spiritual condition. It is the result of the spirit withdrawing from the earth. When you lose contact with the ground, your bones become brittle. They lose their density. Why? Because they are not being used as channels for the earth's energy. The earth feeds the bones. It sends electricity up through the feet to keep the structure strong. When you wear shoes, you cut the wire. The bones starve, and a starving bone breaks easily. So I say to you, if you want to reverse aging, you must inhabit your skeleton. Do not just live in your skin. Live deep inside the marrow. Feel the weight of your bones. When you walk, feel the impact of the heel bones strike in the earth. That impact is a message. It says, I am here. I am solid. And as you inhabit your bones, the guilt which lives in the soft tissues of the mind and the nerves cannot survive. Guilt needs a shaky foundation. Guilt needs a trembling, uncertain person. A person who stands like a mountain cannot be manipulated by guilt. If a priest comes to a mountain and says, "You are a sinner, repent," the mountain will just echo his voice back to him. It will remain silent. Be the mountain. Let the accusations of the world echo off you, but do not let them enter you. This solidity is what you are missing. You are too fluid, too easily influenced. Someone says you are good and you inflate. Someone says you are bad and you collapse. You are a yo-yo. Stop being a yo-yo. Be a tree. The wind blows the leaves. Yes. The branches sway. Yes. But the trunk, the roots, they do not move. Your guilt is just the wind in the leaves. Let it blow. Do not become the wind. Stay in the trunk. And this brings us to a very delicate misunderstanding. The mind will say, but Osho, if I become like a rock, if I drop all guilt, will I not become a psychopath? Will I not become a criminal? If I don't feel bad about doing wrong, I will just do whatever I want. This is the greatest fear of the civilized man. You think that your guilt is the only thing keeping you from becoming a monster. You think that if you take away the policeman in your head, you will start killing people. I tell you, it is exactly the opposite. Who commits crimes, who starts wars, who rapes, who destroys, not the happy people, not the grounded people, not the people who are at peace with themselves. Crimes are committed by people who are miserable. Crimes are committed by people who are full of self-hatred. They hate themselves so much that they want to destroy the world. They are so full of guilt that they want to punish others to relieve their own pressure. A person who has dropped guilt, a person who is connected to the earth, is naturally compassionate. He cannot hurt another because he feels the other as part of himself. He sees that we are all rooted in the same soil. If I hurt you, I poison the soil that feeds me. It would be suicide. So do not fear innocence. Innocence is the only true morality. Guilt is a fake morality. Guilt is just fear of punishment. Innocence is love of life. When you are innocent, you are responsible. Break the word responsible. You are able to respond. When you are guilty, you react. You react from the past. You react from a script. When you are innocent, you respond to the present moment. You see the situation clearly and you do what is needed. If a child falls in front of you, you do not think, is it my duty to help? Will I feel guilty if I don't? No, you simply act. You pick up the child. That action comes from your gut, from your hara, from your earth connection. It is faster than thought. This is the natural intelligence I spoke of in the beginning. Civilization has covered it up with rules. Do this, don't do that. Throw away the rule book. Trust your intelligence. But to trust your intelligence, you must be awake. A sleepy person needs rules so he doesn't walk off a cliff. An awake person has eyes. He doesn't need a sign saying danger. Earthing wakes up your eyes. It wakes up your feet. It wakes up your instinct. And as you wake up, you will see that the whole structure of your life has been built on a false foundation. You have built your house on the sand of other people's opinions. My mother wants me to be a doctor. My society wants me to be married. My religion wants me to be humble. Sand, sand, sand. And now the house is sinking, and you are wondering why you are anxious. Move the house. Move it to the rock of your own experience. I am grounded. I feel the earth. I know what is true for me. This requires courage. It is risky. To be an individual is the greatest risk in the world. The sheep are safe, but they are sheep. The lion is in danger, but he is a lion. Be a lion, and the earth will support your roar. Have you ever heard a lion roar? It comes from the belly. It vibrates the ground. It is not a polite noise. You have been polite for too long. You have swallowed your roar, and because you swallowed it, it has turned into poison inside you. It has turned into arthritis, into cancer, into depression. Go to the forest. Find a place where no one can hear you and roar. Let the sound come up from your feet, through your legs, into your stomach, and out of your mouth. Roar against the injustice of your conditioning. Roar against the chains they put on you. And then listen. After the roar, the silence is deeper. The birds stop singing for a moment. The wind stops. In that gap, you will find yourself. This gap is the door. And I can give you a technique to find this gap even without roaring, a technique you can use while standing in the line at the supermarket or waiting for the bus. It is the technique of the vertical breath. Normally you breathe horizontally. You breathe just to survive, shallow, chest only, stand firmly. Feel your feet. Imagine you are breathing up from the earth. Inhale, pull the energy from the molten core of the earth, up through your soles, up your legs, to your heart. Exhale, send the energy down from your heart, through your legs, back into the earth, up and down, vertical, like a pump. Do this for 10 breaths. You will feel a sudden shift in your center of gravity. You will feel heavy, yet weightless. You will feel present, and in this vertical breath, the horizontal thoughts, past and future, cannot enter. They cross your path, but they do not stick. You are moving in a different dimension. This is the meaning of the cross. The vertical line is presence. The horizontal line is time. Where they meet, that is where Christ is. That is where you are. Do not be crucified on the cross of time. Be liberated on the vertical line of presence. If you practice this, if you make your breath a vertical connection to the earth, you will become a pillar of light. People will feel calm just standing next to you. You won't have to say anything. Your vibration will do the work. And if you feel this vibration, if you feel the vertical pull, honor it. Share this video with others who are stuck on the horizontal plane, running back and forth in time. Help them stop, help them stand, help them breathe. And consider supporting this work by clicking Super Thanks. It is a vertical exchange, energy for energy. Or click Join to become part of the tribe of vertical people. Now, let us address the shadow of age. The transcript mentions that the body grows old because it forgets the earth. But what about the mind growing old? The mind grows old when it loses wonder. Watch a child. Everything is new. A butterfly is a miracle. A pebble is a diamond. A puddle is an ocean. The child is full of, oh, watch an old person. I have seen it all. Been there, done that. It is just a butterfly. It is just a stone. The is gone. The wonder is dead. When wonder dies, the eyes go dull. The spirit shrinks. Earthing brings back the wonder, because nature is never the same twice. The earth you touch today is not the earth you touched yesterday. The temperature is different. The moisture is different. The texture is different. If you are really paying attention, if you are listening with your feet, you will see that existence is a constant flux. It is a river of novelty. To remain young, you must remain a beginner. This is the Zen concept of Shoshin, beginner's mind. I don't know. These are the 3 most liberating words in the human language. I don't know. Guilt comes from thinking you know. I know I did wrong. I know I am bad. You claim to be a judge. Drop the gab. Say, I don't know. I acted, it happened. The consequences unfolded. Was it good? Was it bad? Who can say? Maybe your mistake led to a disaster that saved you from a bigger disaster. Maybe your failure opened a door to a new path you never would have taken. Life is complex. It is a spider web of connections. You pull one thread and the whole web moves. You cannot judge a single event in isolation, so relax. You are not wise enough to judge yourself. Only God could judge you, and God is not interested in judging. He is interested in creating. When you stand on the earth, say to yourself, I am a beginner. I am just arriving on this planet. I know nothing. In that not knowing, your innocence returns. The heavy baggage of experience falls away. You become light, and light is the nature of the soul. Gravity pulls the body down, but levity pulls the soul up. When you are grounded, you can fly. It sounds like a paradox, but life is a paradox. The deeper the roots, the higher the branches. If you want to touch the stars, you must touch the mud. Do not be afraid of the mud. Do not be afraid of your own humanity. We are coming to the final synthesis of this message. We have traveled from the soles of the feet to the silence of the stone, from the laughter of the belly to the stillness of the bone. You have the map, but a map is not the territory. You cannot eat a map. You cannot live in a map. You have to walk, and you have to walk now, not tomorrow. The earth is waiting. It has been waiting for you since the day you put on your first pair of shoes. It has missed you. Can you feel that? The earth misses you. It misses your touch. It misses the electrical kiss of your feet. Do not keep the mother waiting. Go out, take the shoes off, and say, I am back. And in that return, you will find that you never really left. You were just dreaming of separation. The dream is over. The reality is here. And reality is beautiful. Reality is full of grace. If you have stayed with me this far, it means you are ready. The seed has cracked open, the sprout is pushing up. Water it with your attention, protect it with your silence, and let us grow a forest of awakened beings, a forest that covers the earth with consciousness. This is the vision. This is the work. Thank you for being part of it. Thank you for being you. If you wish to deepen your understanding of this alchemy of how to turn the poison of guilt into the nectar of innocence, I have written specifically about this in the ebooks listed below. They are tools for your gardening, but the greatest tool is your own awareness. Sharpen it, use it, be it, and never forget, you are the earth dancing. You are the sky watching. You are the love that holds them together. And this love is not a sentiment. It is not an emotion that comes and goes. It is a biological fact. Your body loves you. It has been serving you since the moment of conception without asking for a holiday. Your heart beats for you. Your stomach digests for you. Your blood circulates for you. They are devoted servants. But how do you treat this devoted servant? You criticize it. You look in the mirror and say, I am too fat. I am too thin. I have wrinkles. My nose is wrong. You are constantly abusing your own temple. And this abuse is the root of your aging. When you criticize the body shrinks. It feels rejected. Imagine a child whose parents are constantly telling him he is ugly. That child will hunch over, he will lose his shine. He will become old before his time. Your body is that child, and your mind is the abusive parent. Earthing is the way to stop the abuse. When you take off your shoes and walk on the grass, you are doing something that the mind cannot criticize. It is a pure sensation. The feet enjoy it. The body sighs with relief. For those 20 minutes, you are not judging yourself. You are just feeling, and in that feeling, the body begins to forgive you. Yes, you need the body's forgiveness. You have dragged it through stress, through junk food, through sleepless nights, through the toxic fumes of your ambition. You owe it an apology. So when you stand on the earth, say silently to your feet, I am sorry, please forgive me, I love you, thank you. This is the ancient Hawaiian practice of Ho'oponopono, but adapted for the body. Say it to your knees, Say it to your lower back. Say it to your heart. I am sorry I ignored you. I am sorry I treated you like a machine. When you say this with sincerity, tears may come. Let them come. Those tears are the melting of the ice. And suddenly the pain in the knee, the stiffness in the back, it changes. It becomes less solid. It becomes fluid energy. Pain is often just a cry for attention. The body is saying, look at me, I am here, connect with me, and you take a painkiller to shut it up. You cut the telephone line. Do not cut the line. Listen to the pain. It has a message. It is telling you that you are disconnected from the source. Earthing reconnects the line. It grounds the pain. The earth has a magnetic pull that draws out the inflammation, which is just fire, that is stuck and neutralizes it. But you must be patient. You cannot say, okay, Osho, I stood on the grass for 5 minutes. Why is my arthritis not gone? This is the mind again asking for instant results. The body moves in cycles. It moves with the moon, with the tides. Give it time. If you are ready to give your body this time, if you are ready to stop the war against your own biology, show your commitment, click the like button. It is a small digital gesture, but it signifies a biological intention. Subscribe to the channel to keep this reminder fresh in your daily life. Now, let us look at the aura, your energy field. Science is beginning to photograph this. Mystics have seen it for thousands of years. When you are full of guilt, your aura shrinks. It becomes dark gray, full of holes. You are leaking energy. You walk into a room and people feel drained by you. You are an energy vampire, not because you are bad, but because you are empty. When you are grounded, your aura expands. It becomes gold, green, blue. It vibrates. The holes are patched up by the earth's electrons. You become a generator. This is the true anti-aging secret. People look at you and say, you look different. Have you had a facelift? Are you in love? They cannot put their finger on it. You just look luminous. Luminosity comes from the overflow of energy. Aging comes from the deficit of energy. Earthing fills the account. Witnessing stops the leaks. It is simple economics, spiritual economics. And as your aura expands, you will notice that your fear of death begins to diminish. This is the ultimate guilt, the guilt of dying. You feel, I haven't done enough. I haven't become enough. I cannot die yet. But when you are grounded, you realize that death is just a change of clothes. The earth takes back the body dust to dust, but you are the sky. The sky does not go into the grave. The fear of death is actually the fear of unlived life. You are afraid to die because you haven't really lived. You have been too busy feeling guilty to live. So live. And living does not mean bungee jumping or traveling to Paris. Living means being total in this moment. Drinking tea totally, walking totally, sleeping totally. When you are total, there is no guilt. Guilt enters only when you are partial. I should have done better. But if you did your best totally, there is no should. The earth is always total. When it rains totally. It doesn't hold back a few drops for tomorrow. When the flower blooms, it blooms totally. It doesn't save some color for next week. Be like the flower, bloom now. And if you feel that you are surrounded by people who are dead, people who are just walking corpus full of fear and routine, do not judge them. They are victims of a sick society. Instead, be a gardener. Plant seeds of consciousness Share this video with them. Maybe they will not watch it today. Maybe they will laugh at it, but the seed has been planted. One day when they are suffering, they might remember, that crazy man with the beard said something about taking off shoes, and they will try it, and they will be healed. Sharing is caring. Caring is the fragrance of a grounded soul. If you have the capacity, support us with a super thanks. It helps us water these seeds all over the world. Now I want to talk about the golden root meditation. This is a specific visualization you can do while earthing to intensify the process. Stand barefoot, close your eyes, imagine that your spine is a golden tube of light. From the base of your spine, visualize a thick golden root growing down through your legs, through your feet, and deep into the earth. See it passing through the grass, through the soil, through the rock layers, through the water tables, down, 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 until it reaches the center of the earth. There, in the center is a huge ball of molten iron, the heartbeat of the planet. Wrap your golden root around that core, anchor it. Now feel the pulse of the earth beating thump, 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 thump. Synchronize your heartbeat with that pulse, and on every inhale, pull up the red molten energy of the earth through your golden root. Pull it up into your feet, your knees, your sex center, your solar plexus, your heart. Let it fill you. This is the energy of survival. This is the energy of I am. When you are full, exhale. Send your love, your gratitude back down the root to the center. Create a loop. Earth to you, you to earth. Do this for 10 minutes. You will feel as heavy as a pyramid. You will feel that a hurricane could not blow you over. This golden root is your secret weapon against stress. When your boss is screaming, or your bank account is empty, or your children are crying, feel the root. You don't have to close your eyes, just feel it. I am anchored. This storm is on the surface. I am in the deep, and in that depth there is no aging. There is only eternity. The surface of the ocean is choppy. The bottom of the ocean is silent. Live at the bottom. Visit the surface. Do your work. Pay your bills. But live at the bottom. This is the meaning of in the world, but not of it. You are of the earth, but you are not of the society. You are a child of the universe, disguised as an accountant or a teacher or a driver. Drop the disguise when you can. Be naked with the existence. And as you practice this, you will encounter the dark night of the soul, the moment when the old ego is dying, but the new being has not yet arrived. You will feel empty. You will feel lonely. Do not run from this loneliness. This is not the loneliness of missing people. This is the aloneness of the peak. The crowd is in the valley. The peak is empty. When you climb high, the air gets thin. The noise fades. You are alone with the stars. Society teaches you to fear being alone. Go to a party. Join a club. Get married. It wants you to be distracted. Because an alone person is a powerful person. An alone person thinks for himself. Earthing teaches you to love your aloneness. You are standing there, just you and the planet. It is an intimate dialogue. You don't need a mediator. You don't need a priest. You don't need Osho. You need your feet and the ground. That is the church. So celebrate your aloneness. It means you are maturing. It means you are leaving the nursery. The child needs the mother. The adult loves the mother, but stands on his own 2 feet. Stand up, and if you feel the vertigo of this height, If you feel dizzy with this freedom, reach out. We are here. The community of seekers is here. Click join to find your tribe. We are all climbing the same mountain, just on different paths. We can wave to each other, we can encourage each other. Keep going, the view is beautiful. And remember, the higher you go, the deeper your roots must be. A tall tree needs deep roots. If you try to go high into spirituality without grounding, you will fall. You will become psychotic. You will lose touch with reality. This is why so many spiritual people look crazy. They have gone up, but they have forgotten down. They are floating balloons. I teach you to be a tree, not a balloon. Touch the sky, yes, but grip the earth. Zorba is the roots. Buddha is the flowers. Do not choose. Be both. Eat, drink, dance, make love. That is the roots. Meditate, watch, be silent, pray. That is the flowers. When you have both, you are whole. And holiness is nothing but wholeness. Do not try to be holy. Try to be whole. And wholeness includes your sins. It includes your mistakes. They are the manure for the roots. So look at your past with new eyes. Do not say, I wish I hadn't done that. Say, I did that. It was part of my growth. It made me who I am. It gave me depth. A river that flows straight is boring. A river that twists and turns, that hits rocks and falls down waterfalls. That river has music. Your life is a musical river. The obstacles create the song. Do not regret the rocks. Enjoy the music. And as you flow towards the ocean, the fear of aging disappears because the river does not age. It just gets wider. It gets closer to the sea. Near the source, the river is narrow, rushing, noisy. That is childhood. In the middle, it is broad, slower, powerful. That is adulthood. Near the end, it is vast, silent, almost merging. That is old age. Old age should be a time of widening, a time of merging. It should be the most beautiful time, the delta, but you make it ugly by resisting. You try to push the river back upstream. You try to be a teenager when you are 70. That is grotesque. Be 70 totally. Be a vast, slow, silent river. The ocean is waiting with open arms. Earthing helps you accept this flow. It aligns your biological rhythm with the cosmic rhythm. The earth is 4 billion years old, but it is not old. It is fresh. Every spring, it is born again. You are also born again every morning. So tomorrow, when you wake up, do not put on the mask of the old person. Do not say, ooh, my back hurts. I am getting old. Say, I am born again. I have a body. It has some creaks. Yes, like an old house has creaks, but the resident of the house is young. I am the witness, and take that witness for a walk on the grass. Let the dew wash your feet. Let the sun kiss your forehead. And in that moment you will know that paradise is not a place you go to when you die. Paradise is this earth. When you have the eyes to see it, Adam and Eve were thrown out of the Garden of Eden, not because they sinned, but because they became unconscious. They fell asleep. Earthing is the way back into the garden. Wake up. The gate is open. The guards are gone. You can walk back in. In fact, you never left. You were just dreaming of exile. Open your eyes. Look down. Green grass, brown soil. Welcome home. And if you have arrived home, if you have found the key in your pocket, do not keep it a secret. Pass the key, share this video, create a chain reaction of awakening. Let us make this earth a paradise again, not by politics, not by wars, not by ideologies, but by simple, grounded, aware human beings, one pair of bare feet at a time. Are you with me? If you are, let your actions show it. Join the movement, live the message. Be the earth, be the sky, be free. And in this garden, there is no hierarchy. The rose bush is not the president, the weed is not the beggar, they are just expressing their life. When you enter this state of garden consciousness, your social anxiety drops away. You stop worrying about what you have achieved or what you have failed to achieve. You simply are. This brings us to a crucial understanding about the soul. In the English language, you have a beautiful pun, the sole of the foot and the soul of your being. They sound the same, and in my vision, they are the same. Your soul is your connection to the universe. Your soul is your connection to the divine. If the soul is covered, the soul is suffocated. Look at the modern foot. It is a tragedy. It is pale. It is squeezed. It is deformed by fashion. It has lost its intelligence. You have treated your feet like prisoners, locking them in dark leather cells for 12 hours a day. Is it any wonder your soul feels imprisoned? When you release your feet, you are performing a jailbreak. You are liberating the prisoners. And the moment the foot spreads out on the earth, the toes separating, the arch relaxing, the soul takes a deep breath. Finally, space. This expansion is the antidote to the contraction of guilt. Guilt makes you small, it makes you hunch, it makes you walk as if you are trying not to leave footprints. But innocence loves footprints. Innocence stamps its mark on existence. So I invite you to look at your shoes, really look at them. They are not just accessories, they are coffins for your feet. They are dead. They separate you from the living. I am not saying you should never wear shoes. In the snow, in the city, you need protection, but do not make the coffin your home. When you get home, kick them off. Do not just take them off. Kick them off with a gesture of rebellion. Let that kick be a symbol. I am kicking off the society. I am kicking off the expectations. And walk into your home naked. Naked feet make the home a temple. Now, let us deepen the connection between gravity and grace. These two words are also related. Gravity is the force that pulls you down. Grace is the force that lifts you up. But you cannot have grace without gravity. If you have no gravity, you are just a balloon floating away. Grace is the quality of a person who is heavy with earth yet light with spirit. Think of a dancer. A great dancer hits the floor hard. He uses gravity to jump. He pushes against the earth to fly. Your guilt is simply gravity that you are resisting. You are fighting the pull. You are saying, I should be higher. I should be better. I should be an angel. And because you are fighting, you are exhausted. Surrender to gravity. Fall. When you admit, I am human. I have failed. I have sinned. I am dust. You hit the ground. And in that hitting, a miracle happens. The earth says, yes, you are dust. And dust is divine. From that acceptance you rise, but now you rise with grace. You are not climbing a ladder of ambition. You are growing like a tree. If you understand this alchemy of gravity and grace, you have understood the whole secret of life. You do not need to read the Vedas or the Bible. You just need to walk on the grass. And if this secret resonates with you, if you feel the grace descending as you accept your gravity, share this message. Click share. Send it to the people who are trying too hard to be angels and forgetting to be humans. Help them fall, help them land, and consider joining our inner circle. Click the join button. It is a place where we celebrate our humanity, our dust and our divinity. Now I want to give you a very advanced technique. It is called walking meditation, but with a twist. The Buddhists do it, but often they do it indoors on a floor. I want you to do it outdoors on the raw earth. Walk very slowly. One step, take a full in-breath and out-breath before you take the next step. As you lift your foot, feel the separation. I am leaving the earth. As you move the foot forward, feel the emptiness. I am in the air. As you place the heel down, feel the contact. I am returning. As you roll the foot flat, feel the surrender. I am home. Do this for 20 minutes, just walking 10 meters. The mind will go crazy. It will say, "This is boring. Let's run. Let's get somewhere." Watch the mind. The mind is a tourist. It wants to see new things. But you are not a tourist. You are a pilgrim. A pilgrim is not interested in where he is going. He is interested in how he is going. In this slow walking, you will notice that your guilt cannot keep up. Guilt needs speed. It needs a fast narrative. I did this, then that happened, and it was terrible. When you slow down to the speed of a snail, the narrative breaks. You are just a foot lifting, just a foot placing. There is no sinner in the foot. There is no saint in the foot. There is just movement. This depersonalizes your life. You stop being John the guilty or Mary the sad. You become life moving. And life moving does not age. It refreshes itself every second. The water in the river is new every moment. Your body is new every moment. Millions of cells are born and die while you take one step. If you walk consciously, you are reborn with every step. I am new, I am new, I am new. Let this be your mantra, not words, but a feeling in the soles of your feet. And if you find this technique powerful, if you feel the newness entering your blood, support us. Click super thanks. It is a way of honoring the newness. It is a way of saying yes to the rebirth. Now let us address the voice of the mother. When you were a child, your mother held you. Her touch was your first language. It said you are safe. But as you grew up, you moved away from the mother. You became independent, and you felt a loss, a coldness. The earth is the great mother, Magna Mater. She is always waiting to hold you. When you lie down on the grass, and I mean prone, belly to the earth, arms spread out, you are returning to the womb. You are hugging the mother. Do this when you feel overwhelmed, when the world is too much, when the bills are piling up and the wars are on the news. Go to the park, lie down flat, and listen. You will feel a hum piece. It is the Schumann resonance, the heartbeat of the planet. It vibrates at 7.83 hertz. Your brain, when it is stressed, vibrates at high beta waves 20-30 hertz. This is the frequency of panic. When you lie on the earth, the mother tunes you. She pulls your brain waves down to 7.83 hertz. This is the alpha theta state, the state of deep relaxation and healing. You don't have to do anything. Just be a tuning fork. The earth is the master musician. She will tune you back to harmony, and in that harmony, guilt is impossible. Guilt is a dissonance. It is a wrong note. The earth does not play wrong notes. So let the mother hold you, and as she holds you, surrender your adult mask. Cry if you need to. Whimper, curl up, be small. It is okay to be small. The ego wants to be big. The soul is happy to be small. The drop is small, but it contains the ocean. When you stand up after 20 minutes on the mother, you will walk differently. You will be softer. Your eyes will be kinder. And you will look younger. Tension creates wrinkles. Relaxation irons them out. The earth is the best cosmetic surgeon, and she charges nothing. But you must give her your time. You must give her your trust. Now I want to speak about the connection between earthing and sexual energy. This is often misunderstood. Sex is the basic life force. It is the root energy, Muladhara. When you are cut off from the earth, your sex energy has nowhere to ground. It gets stuck in the head. It becomes fantasy, pornography, obsession, or repression. It becomes guilt. Many of you carry immense guilt about sex. Religion has told you it is dirty. Society has told you it is shameful. But sex is just the earth energy moving through you to create life. It is the same energy that makes the flowers bloom and the trees grow. Is a flower dirty? Is a tree pornographic? When you practice earthing, you pull the energy down from the fantasy head back to the reality root. You ground your sexuality. It becomes natural. It becomes simple. It loses the feverish quality. A grounded lover is a great lover. They are present. They are not in a hurry. They are connected to the rhythms of the body, not the pictures in the mind. If you ground your sex energy, you will find that a huge chunk of your guilt evaporates. Because most guilt is just repressed life force that has turned sour. Let the energy flow, let it connect with the earth. The earth is sexual. Look at spring. It is an orgy of creation. The birds, the bees, the pollen, everything is making love. Join the celebration. Do not stand in the corner feeling guilty. Dance. And if you feel this vitality returning, if you feel the sap rising, do not be afraid. It is just you coming back to life. Share this vitality. Share this video with someone who looks repressed, who looks gray. Give them the secret of the living color. And if you want to understand the deeper tantra of energy, the alchemy of transforming sex into super consciousness, I have written many books on this. Check the description. They are manuals for the awakened lover. We are coming to a very important point, the illusion of time. The transcript says, the body does not grow old because of time. Time is a mental concept. The clock on the wall is a machine. The sun does not have a watch. The earth does not have a calendar. When you are grounded, you step out of linear time, chronos, and into vertical time, kairos. In linear time, you are aging every second. Tick-tock, tick-tock, closer to death. In vertical time, there is only this moment, and this moment is eternal. When you touch the earth, you stop the clock. Have you noticed that when you are deeply happy, time disappears? You say, wow, 3 hours passed, it felt like a minute. And when you are miserable, time stretches. 5 minutes of pain feels like an hour. Earthing creates bliss, and bliss destroys time. So if you want to live a long life, live a timeless life, live in the moments where the clock stops. Collect these moments like diamonds. A sunset, a bare foot on moss, a deep breath, a laugh. These are the pearls. String them together and you have a life of yoga, a life of union. And do not worry about the number of your years. That is just a number on a passport. The passport is for the government, not for you. You are as young as your hope and as old as your despair. You are as young as your self-confidence and as old as your fear. You are as young as your connection to the earth. So throw away the calendar. Look at the trees. They lose their leaves every winter and they get them back every spring. They trust the cycle. Trust your cycle. If you are in a winter period of your life, sadness, loss, old age, do not panic. It is just winter. The roots are still alive, underground. Ground yourself. Rest. Wait. Spring will come. It always comes, but you must be there to greet it. If you are locked in the house of guilt, you will miss the spring. Come out to the porch. Better yet, come out to the garden. And if you feel the winter melting, if you see the first buds of green appearing in your soul, celebrate with us. Click super thanks. It is a spring offering. Or join our garden of friends. We are almost at the end of this transmission, but the end is just a new beginning. You have the tools, the physical act, earthing, taking off the shoes, the psychological act, witnessing, watching the guilt, the spiritual act, surrender, trusting the gravity. Now you need the will, not the willpower of the ego. I must do this, but the willingness of the lover. I want to do this. Make it a love affair with the earth. Do not make it a discipline. Disciplines are dry. Love is wet. Fall in love with the soil. Fall in love with the sand. Fall in love with the grass. When you love something, you want to touch it. You want to be near it. So let your earthing be an act of romance. And as you love the earth, you will find that you start loving yourself. Because you are made of earth. You cannot love the mother and hate the child. If you love the planet, you must love your own body because your body is a piece of the planet. This is the end of self-hatred. This is the dawn of self-compassion. And when compassion arises, healing is instantaneous. The wounds of the past close up, the scars fade, you become whole. I leave you with this image, a great tree, its roots deep in the dark, rich soil, its branches high in the golden sun. It is perfectly still, yet it is perfectly alive. It has no guilt, it has no fear, it just is. Be that tree. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being. If this message has watered your roots, please do not keep the water to yourself. Share it. The world is thirsty. Subscribe, join, like. These are modern ways of saying namaste. I bow to the divinity in you. Go now. The earth is calling. Shoes off, mind off, life on. And when life is on, really on, you will notice that your breath changes. This is of immense importance. You cannot be grounded and breathe shallowly. You cannot be guilty and breathe deeply. The two are incompatible. Watch yourself when you feel guilty. What happens to the breath? It stops. It becomes tight. You are afraid to breathe because to breathe is to feel, and you do not want to feel the guilt. So you suppress the breath. You numb yourself. This numbness is what you call safety, but it is not safety, it is a slow suicide. When you step onto the earth, the first thing the body wants to do is exhale, a deep, long sigh. That sigh is the sound of the ghost leaving the machine. It is the sound of the prisoner dropping the chains. Allow that sigh. Make a sound. Do not be polite. The earth does not care about your manners. If you need to groan, groan. If you need to shout, shout. The earth can handle your vibration. In fact, it needs your vibration to know that you are alive. I want to give you a specific breathing technique to practice while you are earthing. It is called the bellows. Stand with your feet shoulder width apart, knees slightly bent. Never lock your knees. Locked knees cut off the energy flow. Grip the ground with your toes. Now breathe in through your nose, filling your belly, not your chest. As you breathe in, raise your arms to the sky. Then exhale forcefully through your mouth. In, up, out, down. Do this for 10 minutes. The HAA sound comes from the hara, the center of your will. This sound destroys guilt. You cannot say HAA with power and feel like a sinner at the same time. It is a sound of victory. It is a sound of asserting your right to be here. This pumping action cleanses the stale air from the bottom of your lungs, the air of depression, the air of yesterday, and replaces it with fresh charged prana. After 10 minutes, stop. Stand perfectly still. Close your eyes. You will feel a pillar of fire rising from your feet to your head. You will feel tingling in every cell. This is the biological fire. It burns away the rubbish. It burns away the I should have done this, I shouldn't have done that. The mind stops because the energy is too high for the mind to control. The mind can only control low energy. When the energy becomes a flood, the mind is swept away. And in that flood, you are new, you are clean. If you feel this fire, if you are ready to burn away the old, show your courage. Click the like button. It is a spark. Subscribe to the channel to keep the fire burning. Now, let us speak about the heart. The transcript says, the body feels safe again. The nervous system exhales. When the body feels safe, the heart opens. You cannot open your heart if you are defending yourself. If you think the world is a hostile place, if you think you are being judged, your heart remains a closed fist. But the earth is not judging you. The grass is not analyzing your morality. The sun is not checking your bank account. Nature is unconditional. When you realize this, physically realize it through your feet, the fist of the heart relaxes. It becomes a lotus, and a person with an open heart does not age. Have you noticed? Love is the fountain of youth. When you are in love, you glow. You have energy. You don't need sleep. But usually you fall in love with a person, and that love is fragile. The person might leave. The person might die. the person might change, and then the heart closes again, and you age 10 years in a week. I am teaching you a different kind of love, falling in love with the whole, falling in love with existence. This love never leaves. The earth is always there. The sky is always there. When your love is rooted in the eternal, your youth becomes eternal. It is not dependent on another person. It is your own state of being. You become love, not a lover, but love itself. And a person who is love has no room for guilt. Guilt is shadow, love is light. Bring the light in and the shadow vanishes. But you say, Osho, it is hard. My heart has been broken so many times. I know it hurts, but the heart is a muscle. It gets stronger by breaking and healing. Breaking and healing. Do not protect it. A protected heart becomes a stone. A broken heart is at least open. Let the earth heal the cracks. There is a beautiful meditation you can do with a tree. I call it heart breathing. Find your tree, stand barefoot, place your palms on the trunk. Imagine that you are inhaling the green energy of the tree through your left hand into your heart. Then exhale your red human energy, your pain, your love, your stress out through your right hand back into the tree. Create a circle. Tree to you, you to tree. The tree purifies your energy. It takes your carbon dioxide and gives you oxygen. In the same way, it takes your psychological waste and gives you spiritual freshness. Do this until you feel that you and the tree are one circulation system. You are breathing each other. In this oneness, who is guilty? Is the tree guilty? Are you guilty? The question becomes absurd. There is just life flowing. If this vision of oneness touches you, if you want to dissolve your separation, consider supporting this channel. Click Super Thanks. It helps us plant more trees of consciousness. Or click Join to become a gardener in this global forest. Now I want to address the diseases of civilization. Insomnia, anxiety, depression. These are not diseases of the virus, they are diseases of the lifestyle. They are diseases of high-rise living. You live in boxes stacked on top of each other. You drive in metal boxes. You work in concrete boxes. You are boxed in. The box cuts you off from the magnetic field of the earth. When you are cut off, your biological clock goes crazy. Your cortisol stress hormone stays high at night when it should be low. Your melatonin sleep hormone stays low when it should be high. You are jet-lagged in your own home. Pills cannot fix this. Pills just mask the symptom. The cure is to reset the clock, and the clock is in the ground. The earth has a rhythm, circadian rhythm. When you touch the earth at sunrise and at sunset, your body syncs with this rhythm. It knows what time it is. The sun is down, time to rest. The sun is up, time to be active. It is so simple. But you have made it complicated with artificial lights and screens. I say to you, be a primitive for 20 minutes a day. Take off the watch, take off the glasses, take off the shoes. Be an animal. Animals do not have insomnia. Have you ever seen a cow tossing and turning, worrying about tomorrow? Will the grass be there? What if the farmer is angry? No. The cow chews the grass and sleeps. Be a cow. It is better to be a happy cow than a miserable philosopher. The philosopher thinks he is deep, but he is just confused. The cow is enlightened. She is in the light. When you drop your complexity, you drop your age. Complexity ages you Simplicity rejuvenates you. Simplicity is the key, the transcript says. And the ultimate simplicity is Layla play. Life is not a business, it is a play. It is a theater. You have taken your role too seriously. I am the mother, I must worry. I am the boss, I must be stern. Relax. It is just a role. When the curtain falls, you are neither mother nor boss. You are a soul. Earthing helps you drop the role. On the grass, you are just a player. Watch how children run. They don't run to get somewhere. They run for the sheer joy of running. Their energy is overflowing. When you ground yourself, you tap into that overflow. You might find yourself skipping. You might find yourself humming. And the neighbors will look at you and say, "He has lost his mind." Smile at them. Tell them, "Yes, I have lost my mind and I found my soul. It was a good trade." Do not be afraid of losing your mind. The mind is a small thing. The soul is vast. If you are ready to make that trade, if you are ready to be a fool for existence, share this video. Be a catalyst for madness, the divine madness. And if you want to read more about this divine madness, look at the ebooks below. They are guidebooks for the crazy ones. Now let us go deeper into forgiveness. You think forgiveness is something you do. I forgive you. It is an act of the ego. I am so big, I forgive you, you little worm. True forgiveness is not an act. It is a seeing. You see that the other person was unconscious. They were a robot. They couldn't help it. If a machine hits you, do you forgive the machine? No. You understand it. It is a machine. It malfunctioned. When you see that your parents, your teachers, your abusers were all victims of victims, they were all unconscious machines acting out a script, anger disappears. And when you see that you were also a machine, when you made your mistakes, guilt disappears. You were asleep, you were sleepwalking. And in your sleep you broke a vase. Now you are awake. Do you punish yourself for what you did in a dream? Wake up. The vase is broken. Sweep it up. Throw it in the trash and go buy a new vase. Or better yet, enjoy the empty space where the vase was. Earthing wakes you up from the dream of guilt. The cold grass shocks you into the present. I am here. The past is a dream. Rub your feet on the ground. Scrub away the dream. And as you scrub, feel the electrical imbalance correcting itself. You are positively charged, acidic, inflamed. The earth is negatively charged, alkaline, cooling. When you touch, the exchange happens. The electrons flow into you like a river of antioxidants. This is better than any superfood. It is the ultimate antioxidant. It neutralizes the free radicals, the molecules of stress that are eating your cells. You are rusting from the inside. That is what aging is, rusting, oxidation. The earth is the anti-rust treatment. So soak in it, marinate in it. And as your body becomes alkaline, your mind becomes sweet. Acidity creates sour thoughts. Alkalinity creates sweet thoughts. You become friendlier. You become more tolerant. You stop reacting to small things. Your fuse gets longer. This is the peace that passes understanding. It is a biological peace that becomes a spiritual peace. And it is available to everyone. It is free, no subscription required for the earth, though a subscription to this channel is appreciated. But you have to take the step. The longest journey begins with a single step out of the shoe. Make that step today. And do not worry if you feel resistance. The ego resists anything that will kill it, and earthing kills the ego. The ego cannot survive in the vastness of nature. The ego needs a small, controlled environment. It needs an office. It needs a club. It needs a church. Nature is too big. The ocean is too big. The mountain is too big. The ego feels lost there. Let it get lost. When the ego is lost, you are found. I want you to experience this getting lost. Go to a place where you cannot see any buildings, just sky and earths. Stand there, open your arms, spin around, get dizzy, let the world blur, stop, fall to the ground, and lie there, spinning. In that spinning, the I disappears. There is only the turning of the galaxy. You are part of the dance of the stars. You are not a separate entity with a mortgage and a regret. You are stardust. This is the ultimate perspective. From this perspective, what does it matter if you failed an exam in 1990? What does it matter if you got divorced? It is all just dust dancing in a sunbeam. Enjoy the dance. And if you are enjoying this dance with me, if you are feeling the dizziness of freedom, click super thanks. Let us keep the music playing. We are nearing the end of this journey. But remember, the circle has no end. You will go back to your life. You will put your shoes back on. You will go to work. But carry the secret. Carry the feeling of the grass in your memory. Carry the feeling of the forgiveness in your heart. When you are in a meeting, wiggle your toes inside your shoes. Remember the earth. When you are arguing, take a vertical breath. Remember the sky. Be a spy for the divine. You look like everyone else. You dress like everyone else. But you have a secret transmitter. You are receiving signals from the source. And because of these signals, you are happy for no reason. This happiness is your contribution to the world. A happy person prevents war. A happy person prevents crime. A happy person creates an atmosphere where others can be happy. So be selfish, be happy. For the sake of the world, be selfishly, wildly happy. And start with your feet. Kiss the earth with your feet. Thank you, earth. Thank you, body. Thank you, life. Let this gratitude become your breath. And now, as we part, do not say goodbye. Say au revoir until we see again, because we will meet again on the grass, in the silence, in the love. Click join, click subscribe, click share. But most importantly, click your heels together, barefoot, and realize there is no place like home, and you are already there. And you are already there. You have always been there. The tragedy of human life is not that we are lost, it is that we are home. Dreaming we are lost. We are fish swimming in the ocean, asking where is the ocean. We are birds flying in the sky, asking where is the air. You are walking on the earth, asking where is God. Look down. God is supporting your weight. God is tickling your toes. God is the mud between your toes. If you can see the divine in the dirt, your spiritual search is over. You have arrived. And the moment you arrive, the agitation of becoming stops. The stress of improving stops. And what happens when stress stops? Aging stops. Aging is nothing but the friction of time rubbing against your resistance. When you resist the moment, you create heat. That heat burns your cells. It creates inflammation. It creates the burning of anxiety. When you surrender to the earth, you become cool. You become like the moon. The moon does not age. It just reflects. Be a reflection of the earth's peace. Now let us speak about the legacy. What are you leaving behind? Most people leave behind a trail of garbage, plastic bottles, anxiety, traumatized children, unfinished business. They walk through life heavy, leaving deep, muddy footprints of guilt. I was here and I suffered. That is their signature. I want you to leave a different kind of footprint, a footprint of light. When a grounded person walks, they touch the earth so gently that it is almost as if they are kissing it. They do not leave scars on the planet, they leave blessings. Imagine if your legacy was simply this: he walked in beauty, she walked in peace. This is not poetry, this is physics. Every step you take sends a vibration into the earth. If you are angry, you send a shock wave of anger. The earth absorbs it, but it hurts. If you are peaceful, you send a wave of healing. You are a broadcaster. Your feet are the antennas. What are you broadcasting? Earthing changes the channel. It switches you from radio misery to radio bliss. And you do not need to be a saint to broadcast bliss. You just need to be conductive. A saint is often just a dead person who has been painted gold. I do not want you to be a saint. I want you to be a conductor. Let the energy of the universe flow through you without obstruction. The only obstruction is guilt. Guilt is a non-conductive material. It is rubber. It blocks the flow. So the removal of guilt is not a moral issue, it is an electrical issue. You are clearing the wire so the lights can come on. And when the lights come on, you see things you never saw before. You see that your enemies are just friends in disguise. You see that your problems are just challenges to wake you up. You see that death is just a horizon, and the horizon is an illusion. This vision is the gift of the earth. The earth sees everything, accepts everything, transforms everything. Be the earth. And as we come to the very end of this transmission, I want to give you the ultimate protection. You are afraid. You are afraid of the economy, of the government, of the virus, of the neighbor. You build walls, you buy guns, you buy insurance. But the only true insurance is your connection to the source. When you are grounded, you are intuitive. You smell danger before it arrives. You move out of the way. You are in the right place at the right time. This is what people call luck. Luck is not random. Luck is alignment. When you are aligned with the earth's magnetic field, you are pulled towards safety. You are pulled towards abundance. You are pulled towards love. You become a magnet, so throw away your fear. Fear makes you stiff. A stiff person breaks in the stone. A flexible person bends. Earthing makes you flexible. It makes you like the bamboo. The bamboo has shallow roots. No, it has deep interlocking roots. That is why it can bend all the way to the ground and snap back up. Be bamboo, hollow inside, no guilt, strong outside, grounded, and let the wind of life play you like a flute. If you are ready to be that flute, if you are ready to let existence play its song through you, make a noise, click like, click share. Let the algorithm know that there are people who are awake, and consider the super thanks button. It is a way of saying to the universe, I am grateful for this song. I want more music. Gratitude is the highest frequency. When you give, you signal to the cosmos that you are abundant, and the cosmos gives you more. Now go. The screen is just a window. Do not lick the window. Open the door. The reality is out there. It is green. It is brown. It is wet. It is real. Take off the shoes of your conditioning. Take off the socks of your shame. Put your naked soul on the naked earth and breathe. Just breathe. One breath is enough to know who you are. You are the beloved of the earth. You are the child of the sun. You are the witness of the sky. You are free and you are young, eternally young, in the moment of now. Go well, go gently, go barefoot. This is my message. This is my love. Take it, live it, be it,